So once we do the assess, we are through with those 3 chapters for this session, you'll be expected to go to the learning management system, that is a virtual campus, and then you respond to the activities, and you also fill in your reflective journals. Please don't procrastinate. Start filling them while your mind is still fresh with what you have learned, so that you don't wait until the end and then you are trying to wonder, what is it that I learned? Okay. Then the other thing, I am mainly trying to say this as I am, these are just information, general information I'm giving to you as we wait for more people. Very soon we should be starting. Then the other thing that I wanted to say is TPD Cohort 3. A cohort is a group of people who are going through a similar experiences. So for you, you are in TPD 3. You are in TPD Cohort 3. Okay? You're in TPD Cohort 3. You remain in TPD Cohort. You complete. Okay? I hope now we are aware, so that you don't ask when are we going to, because somehow people don't understand what a cohort is. So you are in Cohort 3, you are in Group 3, you remain in that group until you are through. The next cohort that we are going to register will be Cohort 5. And it goes on, Cohort 4, and goes on like that. Okay. Then the procedure for paying fees. I'm sure when you joined this program, you are aware that you are required to pay 6,000 for the introductory module. 6,000 for the introductory module. So for you to be here today, to have joined Cohort 3, you must have paid the 1,000 registration fee, meaning that you have a balance of 5,000. Kindly don't wait until the end. Continue paying. Pay in installments, easy installments that will make you comfortable when it comes to the payment. Then the procedure that you used for paying for the registration is the same one that you use. Okay, so it is TPD3, okay, hyphen your county code, hyphen your TSC number, okay, and the pay bill number is 971900. This is very, very important. Some may be asking, is the government going to pay for us? We're also wondering if they do. I don't think it's something that we can hide. It is something that we'll all be aware of. It is something that will be in public domain, and will give the waiver once the government has made funds available. But for the time being, for us to continue offering this service, we have to continue paying our fees. And remember, we said that the total is 6,000. You've already paid 1,000, so you have a balance of 5,000. So keep on making your payments, installments, or you can pay in lump sum. Sawa. Now, the next thing that I want to say is about the learning management system. The learning management system, the virtual campus, virtual campus. I could see from the walls, the walls of the counties that I coordinate, there are some people who are not able to access. Mainly, maybe they have not been enrolled for that particular, or on the learning management system. They are yet to be enrolled. So you just need to be patient. We will be enrolling you. By the end of the week, we should be through with the enrollment. Then we will give you contacts of people whom you can reach out to in case you have a problem. Just contacts that you can be able to call, and then you explain to them the nature of your problem. But I want to say that our learning management system is easy to access, if you have a positive attitude. If you start by imagining that you will not be able to log in, you will not be able to log in. So you'll keep making mistakes. But when you are keen on the details, just like even your email, if you do not log in, if you don't key in the right username and password, you will not be able to access. So there'll be nothing wrong with your account, the virtual campus account. It's mainly the login details that you are keying in. But we are here to help you in case you have those challenges. We'll see what we can do so that we are able to navigate through. And I think now I'm through with my general announcement in quotes. I said it was just some information that I felt I needed to pass on as we continue learning. So, Waka, your hand is up.
Yes, my hand is up.
Yes.
My concern is on the LMS, Learning Management System.
Yes.
I am able to access it. But I think yesterday and today you have mentioned about the reflective journals. We should be able to be filling them each day, I believe, not just at the end of the chapter. But I think I am unable to access the reflective journal, or I do not have adequate information for me to be able to access the reflective journal. How do I go about it?
Okay, now there is the reflection that we do at the end of each day. After every session, you have the reflections that we do in class. Okay?
Yes.
The way we have programmed it this time is that you'll only do the reflections at the end of the chapter. So right now, you should be able to do reflections on professionalism. I will ensure that that is possible. Then after today, you should be able to do reflections on CBC and pedagogy. Okay. We mainly realized that the reflections were confusing people because at the end of each day, people tended to get confused. So what we have done is now we have put it at the end of a chapter. Okay. So don't worry. Once we get there, once we are through with a chapter, you can be able to go and do your reflections. And that is very admirable work. If you're already working on your reflections or you're thinking of working on them. For the first group, the first cohort, they're having challenges because they waited until it was too late. Yet now we are telling them we need to start issuing them with the transcripts and they must have completed their assignments. So thank you and keep it up, Waka. Mase Wajiro? Mase Wajiro, you can talk?
Yes. Hello, how are you?
Thank you, Mase.
I was still on the reflective journals, and I have heard we are supposed to fill them in and then submit for grading. Do you have a deadline for filling them?
Okay, now let me say something about TPD or continuous professional development. Continuous professional development is usually done by adult learners. And you'll find that when it comes to adult learning, we are not so strict on timelines. So you'll be given a time frame. A time frame within which you should have completed the assignment. Because we know that we also have other responsibilities. Okay? But the most important thing for any wise person, you don't wait until the end. Just like I've told Waka, once they are accessible, and I think chapter 1 and 2 should be accessible from today, you should start working on them. That way you don't have a backlog of work. Okay?
Thank you.
When we have the deadlines, we shall inform you through the WhatsApp groups. When we really need you to work on them and you stop. we'll give you those those timelines. I mean the deadlines.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mercy. Carol, I want to start the class. Carol, you can talk. Mercy, lower your hand, please. Good morning, Carol.
Yes, my concern goes to, I have 3 concerns. One is about the reflective journal. There is a template you're supposed to fill. Now, I do not know how to go about, because I thought once you just tap on the template on the table, it brings a cursor where you're supposed to key in your answers. But that is not happening. It means you have to download a template and fill. How do you download the template?
Okay, just like you download any attachment, because it is an attachment. So you click on it. And then it is in Word.
Yes.
Then you will now be able to access it. You fill it. You fill in the various areas within the reflective journals. Then after you have done that, you upload it.
Okay.
Yes. You just
and then number
it.
2.
Yes.
All right. Then another question is, apart from reflective journals, there are other activities on the wall. Like I was going through, I saw something at the activity, I don't know one, case study 1, yeah, case study 1, to do some assignment. Okay, there are some other questions you're supposed to fill. Is it compulsory, or we just focus on the reflective journals only?
There are 3, we have talked about different types of assessments, and we'll be talking about them. There is assessment for learning. That is usually done before learning begins. Okay.
Yes.
Then there is assessment as learning. This is something that is done by the learner during the learning session, or as they go through content. So the activities that you have on the virtual campus are part of assessment as learning. You as the learner, you are supposed to gauge yourself by going through that case study. Have you really understood the concept? Can you be able to give the right response? Okay.
Yes.
And then we have assessments of learning. This one is usually done at the end. Okay. So the teacher wants to gauge whether the learner understood a concept. So when we talk about the reflective journals, they are part of assessment of learning. Okay. When we talk about the activities, they are assessment as learning, that you are supposed to assess yourself. Have you really understood? And as they had indicated, they are very interesting activities. Case studies that look at real situations within the school, what is happening in the society. If you are able to relate to them, then it means that you have understood a concept. Okay? Assessment as learning. As you learn, you are assessing yourself. So when we talk about the reflections, it is at the end of the activity, at the end of the chapter. And that is what we'll be interested in for us as your facilitators. We want to know, did Carol actually understand the concept? Can they be able to do effective reflection on a concept? Okay. Then the other one, and I think, I don't know, I think that will come in the end. We also have the portfolio. I think you were told on Monday. We'll also be learning about it when you look at assessment tomorrow and on Saturday. There is the portfolio, the e-portfolio. That is also something that you are supposed to start preparing. Then the third one, and this one will be the final one, after you have gone through all the 3 sessions, we have what we call the final synthesis essay. Final synthesis essay. So in this one, you'll actually be looking at the contents, okay? And you now put together your ideas and you come up with an essay, but you'll be guided when the time comes. So go through the activities, interact with them as you go through the content. Enjoy learning. Learning is supposed to be interesting. We're supposed to relate to the content, relate it to what happens within the school. Okay? But the reflections, we are going to grade them. The activities have assessment as learning. I hope now I'm clear on that.
Very clear.
Because that question had also been asked by Waka. Okay, Josephine? Linda?
The last one, please.
You are not yet through.
Yes.
Yes.
The last one is about payment.
Yes.
Introductory module is supposed to take 1 year, I guess.
Yes.
So you're supposed to pay this 6,000 within 1 year.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. That is why we were saying before you get your transcript. In fact, if you can pay that, it is good, because this is a service that we are providing, and we require money for us to continue to provide it. Okay. Okay, Josephine?
Thank you, Madam.
You can lower your hand once you have spoken.
Sorry?
Yes, no, I was talking to somebody. Josephine?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My concern has to do with the assessment at learning. Yesterday, most of the activities which I saw in the journal are what we were doing while we were still learning. So will I do it as a person, maybe as an individual later on?
Yes, you can do them as an individual.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember, we say that it is assessment as learning. Then there are also others who miss out. They have challenges with internet.
Yeah.
Challenges with internet. There are some, for example, who have gone for marking. So they need to go through similar experiences, just like the ones who actually attended the Zoom sessions. This is why we put those activities there. So that even if you miss, if for example, right now you have a problem with internet or power, you still be able to go through the same activities that the class went. Then in class, you'll find that most of the times we do it in groups. And most of the number, you may not even be able to participate. Okay, asking, can you read this case study and understand it? Galaxy. Galaxy 4.
Hello.
Mr. Choge?
Hello, Madam Purity. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Aquila, can you make Mr. Choge a co-host, please? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
We were just responding to some of the concerns, because this is a group that is starting today. I mean, this week. This is their very first session, and therefore we were trying to address some of their issues. But I think in the interest of time, we want to start the learning. And then when we go for health break, and even after the session, after we are through with the session, we can still address some of those concerns. I hope you're in agreement.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Choge.
Yes, Madam Purity.
Salimia watu tafadhali.
Yes, thank you, Madam Purity. Good morning, our dear participants. Yeah, I believe as you have been told by Madam Purity, I'm Choge Stephen, working with the Kenya Education Management Institute. And welcome, my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Choga. So for this session, we'll be with Mr. Choga as we try to navigate through the content. And we want to start now. We want to start now. So in the interest of time, we will not take more questions. So I would request that you put down your hands, please. Put down your hands. For those whose hands are up, Mercy, I've already responded to you. Put them down. Or Aquila, you can help me lower them so that they don't confuse me. And we can also be able to address issues that may be coming up. So for today, we want to look at the pedagogy. And if you remember the learner-centered, if you remember the KEPS standards, we see that we have 7 KEPS standards. And the second standard is on CBC and pedagogy. CBC and pedagogy. Yesterday, we looked at CBC. I am sure for maybe our colleagues who are in secondary, there is something that they have learned about CBC that maybe previously they did not know. And it is good that we are now all thinking about CBC. So today we want to look at pedagogy, and specifically, we shall be looking at learner-centered approaches, ICT integration, and inclusive learning. Inclusive learning. Okay, let me just make this collection. Okay. So when we talk about learner-centered approach, the diversity amongst our learners, but we are trying to say our learners are not a homogeneous group. They have differences amongst our learners. And as teachers, we need to understand each of the learners. We need to understand each of the learners. We need to understand that our learners are unique. And therefore, once we understand that, we ask ourselves, what learning approaches can we make use of that will be appropriate for the differences that exist amongst our learners? And therefore, as a teacher, we would want to ask ourselves, can we go out intentionally to come up with varied teaching approaches that meet the needs of our learners, the differences? Many times, if you look at our experiences, even the way we have been teaching, we use the lecture. So I will stand in front of a class and assume that all is well, that I'm using the lecture and everybody can understand. But there are others whom you'll find that after 10 minutes, they have lost interest. So am I taking care of the needs of that particular learner? How can I be able to vary my methods so that this learner who can only concentrate for 10 minutes will have benefited? There are others whom you'll find that they learn better when they are outside. So generally, in this session, we want to look at various ways of varying our learning approaches so that we are able to meet the needs of the learners. Okay, so we are hoping that by the end of this session, these are the learning outcomes, you'll be able to demonstrate understanding of Gardner's multiple intelligence theory on how learners learn. Secondly, we hope that you'll be able to enhance your knowledge and skills in the use of learner-centered approaches. Thirdly, we hope that you'll be able to develop and effectively implement ICT integration and ICT integrated lesson plans. Okay, so we want to start with a KWL, and on this KW, we want to ask ourselves, we want to ask ourselves, what is it that you know about how learners learn? That is what we call multiple intelligence theory. We want to ask ourselves, what is it that you know about learner-centered approaches? What is it that you know about ICT integration and even inclusive learning? Okay. The second question will be, what is it that you want to learn? What is it that you'd want to learn about those concepts? That is about multiple intelligence theory, or how learners learn, learner-centered approaches, ICT integration, and inclusive learning. And we want to put you in groups. We want to put you in groups. Okay. So we are going to, let me stop the screen sharing. Let me just stop the screen sharing. I hope you have noted the questions. Remember, the first question will be, what is it that you want to learn about? What is it that you know about learner-centered approaches? What is it that you know about ICT integration? And what is it that you know about inclusive learning and even ICT integration? The second question is, what is it that you'd like to learn about those concepts? Okay. So I will put you in breakout rooms. I'll put you in breakout rooms. So I hope we know how to go to the breakout rooms. Do we? Do we know how to go into breakout rooms? Okay, I will create 6 breakout rooms. What will happen, as soon as I create the room, a prompt will come to your screen. A prompt asking you to join a certain room. You click on it and you go there. Please click on it so that it takes you to the room. Sawa sawa. Once you get to the room, choose a leader, just like we do in normal group work, that you identify who is going to be the leader. Then once you get the group leader, they will lead the discussion. And you should also get somebody to present. But because that person may just go off for one reason or the other, it would be good if anybody within the group is ready to present. So we need all to be attentive. Once you get to the room, ensure that you mute yourselves. Now, this is where we expect a lot of discipline, because we will not be able to force mute you like we are doing now. Once you go to the room, you mute yourselves and you only unmute when you want to talk. Sawa sawa. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja, good people? So I am creating the rooms. Okay, I will create 6 rooms. I don't want so many. Okay. I will create the rooms. And you'll have just not 30 minutes. I want to give 7 minutes. So it means that once you get to the room, you start the discussions immediately. Okay. I am now creating the rooms. And I'm opening them. So let us go to the rooms, please. Remember the question. Ensure that you respond to the prompt that comes to your screen. Ensure that you respond to the prompt that comes to your screen. Okay, now there is a group that has remained in plenary. Okay, mainly because maybe at that particular time, the internet was unstable on your side, or you did not accept the invitation that came to your screen. We are going to have another group here. Okay, so this we are going to call the plenary. And we want a group leader within this group. By the time if I assign you manually, time will be up, and therefore we just have a group here. The ones who have not joined any group, we can have a discussion here. Okay, who is willing to be the group leader? Who is willing? Esther, you can unmute yourselves. Yes?
Excuse me, I had joined group 2.
Yes.
But unfortunately, I lost the network. I'm out. I don't know how I can access the room 2 again.
No, I'm saying once you are out, let us just have a discussion in the plenary in the interest of time. If I start assigning you manually, time will be up. Because like you can see, we have very many people here. Okay. So,
okay.
So are you willing to chair this this group? Would you be willing?
Position now.
Okay. Okay, Johnson. Anybody? And we have to talk. Yeah, we have to talk. Otherwise, you know, it is the learners who are supposed to be doing the discussion, not the teacher. Okay. So put up your hand if you want to chair this session, or maybe these are the people who logged in and then they left. Would that be the case? Eh? But maybe I'm talking to I'm talking to people who are just here with their phones or their gadgets. They are not present.
I'm present, but I joined late.
Philista.
Yes.
Can you chair the session, please?
I've not got the question. That's why I'm following up to know what you've asked.
Okay. What we have asked, we are doing the KW, what you know and what you want to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing is, what is it that you know about learner-centered methodology approaches? The second question is, what is it that you'd want to learn? What is it you know, and what is it that you'd want to learn?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So if I chair, does it mean that we have a secretary already?
You can get a secretary or Victorine, your hand is up.
Yes, please. Yes.
Do you want to be the secretary?
Not really. You see, yesterday I didn't manage to be in a group. And then today I just saw the prompt and then I clicked on it. Then along the way I was told an error occurred and I'm out.
No, we are saying instead of now we are going to have a group here. Okay.
Okay.
So we are asking you, instead of now doing manually, sending you to the groups that you take a lot of time, we want to do it manually here. And we want you to be the secretary. Very, very fast.
Your mic is a bit low.
We are saying that you become the secretary.
Okay, I'm doing my.
Okay, please continue.
Yes.
Continue chairing the session.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
What are
Good morning.
some of these approaches? Can we mention them so that the secretary can get them? Learner-centered approaches. I think these are activities where that some of the activities that are done by the teacher are supposed to be done by the learners, and the teacher only guides the learners. So maybe what are some of these learner-centered approaches? Like I can give one, maybe we have students who are involved in solving the problems. Let's take, for example, mathematics. Instead of a teacher doing it on the board, a student can be involved to go on the board and solve that particular question instead of a teacher doing it to them. Maybe he can guide them, give the example, then the learner comes in to solve it by guiding even others to solve the questions. Maybe are there some of other learner-centered examples that we may give?
Yes, I have one.
Hi.
Yes.
Yeah, involving learners in group discussions.
Secretary can take note of that, involving learners in group discussion.
Yes.
Another one.
I also have another one.
Any other approach? Yes.
I have one.
Yes, mention it.
You see, like for science subjects like chemistry, biology, or physics, instead of this, and then now let the learners do the practical.
Involving learners in doing practicals. Any other learner-centered approach?
On ICT integration. Hello?
Yes, hello?
Yeah, I think on ICT integration especially, it is where we can also integrate by using a lot of projection. We project, maybe it's a topic that theoretically it is not possible to go around it. About it, a teacher can opt to project, and if it is features or diagrams, the students are able to see it clearly and understand it better.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, I'm Hatibu. So I want to say that, can we also say that when learners go out, for example, for a field study, then they are given a chance to talk to the people in society, especially when you have a field trip. They can do their own work, and that one will be teachers just guiding as the learners and questionnaires.
Can we call that field work?
Inquiry.
Field work.
Yes.
Yeah, in say ICT integration is when you as the classroom teacher use ICT to introduce, to reinforce, extend, and assess student mastery of content.
Okay. Okay, Anastasia, thank you. Felista, we are back.
Yes.
We are back.
Okay.
The groups are back. We were just giving you more time because you, for the plenary group, you didn't seem to have enough time.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Nimerudi.
Okay,
Yes,
sawa.
madam.
Okay, now But
I was cut off.
we will force mute all of you, okay, so that we have more order. Okay, put down your hands, please. Put down your hands. We want to get feedback on what you learned. Choge, once you're back, you can just call out, or I can see you are there. Okay. So we want to ask ourselves, when you went to the breakout rooms, we had 7 rooms. So group 1, what did you say about what you want to learn about learner-centered methodologies? Group 1, who was there in group 1? Group 1, just put up your hand. Group 1, they did not have any discussion. They went, wakaenda waka. Okay, Collins. Collins, you can unmute yourself. Collins.
Yes, thank you, Madam. We looked at learner-centered approaches. Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you, Collins.
Yes, and this is a situation where we can let the learning be shifted. That is from the learner. Is the learner giving out, the experiences, but not from the teacher. Not the teacher giving the learner the experience. So the learner can be subjected to even practicals. Then now that they tell us what they have learned out of the practicals that they have conducted. Not the teacher telling the student what would happen when they conduct a practical. That is when handling the sciences in particular.
Okay, thank you, Collins. That is from group 1?
Yes.
Okay, what is it that you want to learn about learner-centered methodologies or approaches?
The learner-centered methodologies.
Yes. Or you didn't do the second part of the question?
We looked into using the practical activities in sciences.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you, group 1. Group 2, Jane Koru, by Collins, you can lower your hand. Okay. Jane, unmute yourself, Jane. Jane, you are unmuted. You are muted. Jane, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, and now, hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, you are from which group?
I was in group 1. I was struggling to unmute. I was the secretary, and I love it that my colleague has taken us through.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jane. And that is leadership.
Okay.
Thank you. Teresia? Teresia, you can unmute yourself. Jane, you can lower your hand. Teresia?
Yes, I was in group 2.
Yes, group 2.
Yeah, we didn't get to discuss the second part, but the first part we said that in learner-centered approaches, the teacher works as a facilitator while learning involves the learners throughout the lesson.
Mm.
And in ICT, learners use the digital devices to learn.
Mm.
In what we know about multiple intelligence theory is that everybody is uniquely endowed, and that 8 types of multiple intelligence theory. One of that is linguistic, logical, interpersonal, naturalistic, and others that I didn't get down. Then inclusive learning, learners with different abilities are in the same class, but they are all catered for in different ways.
Wow.
Yes.
Group 2, you really discussed a lot. It seems
Group
like
2.
for you, this will just be a walkthrough, because those are some of the things that we learned. You did good work, keep it up. And let us appreciate the groups as they do the presentations. Group 3, Paul Masharia. Masharia, you seem to have gone away. Mase, what is happening? Mase, keep on. Unmute yourself.
I'll unmute.
Okay, yes.
Hello?
Yes, Mase.
Learner-centered approaches. The learner is given a chance to execute all the skills. The teacher acts as a guide. So the mastery of the content is retained for long because the learner is the one who is working out which skills are involved. Another thing, learner-centered approaches or methodologies, all learners are given a chance to participate. No learner is left behind. Third, learner-centered methodologies, all learners, both the gifted learners and the slow learners, were given, each learner identify his or her own capabilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mase. Thank you, Mase. That was also good. Actually, in CBC, we don't call them slow learners. We call them time takers. It's only that they take more time, not that they are slow. Okay. Mase, thank you on behalf of your group. Lucy Mwangi, you can unmute yourself, Lucy.
Thank you. We were in group 3.
Yes,
Hello.
Lucy, we can hear you.
Yes, we were in group 3.
Yes.
And we were discussing on what is learner-centered method. And we agreed that the learner-centered method is where the learner is given the task to perform and execute the skills, while the teacher is at the background guiding the learner. The teacher also must acknowledge the diversity of the learners. There are those that will take a bit of time to understand, so the guidance will actually be able to bring everyone on board and in the right time. Then we also discussed on, especially on a field of study, like for instance, where we have practicals and we want to integrate on ICT, we discussed and said that, for instance, when you want to use diagrams, you can actually use the gadgets like a laptop, bring about the diagrams, and the learners may be able to see the diagrams and interpret what there is. Then ICT is actually integrated. The learners also can be allowed to interact with the phones, with the laptops, and that way integration happens. Then we also wanted to know what is multiple intelligence approach. Then on inclusive learning, we also discussed that all learners are catered for and are included in the dissemination of the information that is needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lucy. On behalf of group 3, you can see there were serious discussions in the groups. Okay, now Daniel Dambuki, you can unmute yourself. Lucy, lower your hand. Daniel, you can unmute yourself. Daniel, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Daniel. Okay, then as you try to unmute, we can go to Tina Otieno. Unmute yourself, Tina.
Yes, I've unmuted.
Yes.
Yes, I was in group 4.
Yes.
Yes, and what we had discussed about Those multiple intelligences, we get that learners have different intelligences. For example, we have slow learners and average learners. For example, in science grade 5, we can get that when you learn about gravity, so there's some learners who have multiple intelligences. They can think and reason how the ball can come from up, falling down, or how the food can come from up the tree, falling down. That's what we call gravity. So we have multiple intelligences which the learners use, and you can group them according to those intelligences. You get that even the slow learners can do better when they are grouped. So you are there to instruct. Secondly, when we go to ICT, in ICT we use our gadgets. For example, we have gadgets in our schools. So you can use those tablets, you boot on, you show them the pictures. The teacher, you are there as instructor. When you give them the pictures, they can be able to access and to see. So Nini, that one sinks in their mind better than teaching them. When you give them ICT, they know on how to incorporate and they understand it better. Coming to now methodologies, you can use different methods according to the level of your learners. You understand your learners better and you work with them day in, day out. So you know that this one, if I use this method, they understand. This group, if I use this method, and that's why when we had been told that when you put them in groups in class, they have to face one another. So you understand the groups and then they get assistance. I think on Tuesday we learned about self-efficacy. We get that even the slow learners, they can be able to talk and to tell you what they have understood from that method, or now you are modeled. So for example, where we get the learner-centered, you simply give the instructions. That's where we are told that the teacher is the instructor. After you have instructed, now the learners can be able to do it better. That's what we learned in group 4. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tina. You can see there was a lot of discussion in group 4. Some of those things we shall be highlighting, just highlighting them because it seems like you already know. So thank you, group 4, and Tina for that presentation. Now we have Buire. Buire, you can lower your hand.
Yes, madam. Thank you. Something I was in group 4, I wanted to ICT integration. And with ICT integration, madam, we can also bring a situation that is out of the classroom, a real situation, part of the learning with the students. Like, for example, we can get a slide and project an accident that has happened somewhere to teach learners about when, for instance, I'm teaching about drugs and substance abuse. I can bring a situation and use a slide so that I can inform them that substance abuse can result.
Yes, Buire.
Can lead to such situations which would be harmful to the lives of many.
Yes. Buire, you seem to have gone off. I don't know why, but in the meantime,
I've been communicating. I thought I was being heard.
No.
Oh. Do I need to? I had already unmuted.
Okay, we can hear you.
You can hear me.
Yeah, just continue from where you stopped.
Hello? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
I was saying that I am in group 4. I was in group 4, and I was adding something in on on ICT integration. Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Yes.
we heard about that. If you were through, then we heard about that ICT integration.
Yes. Then I also wanted, like in a field study, phones also can be used. Students can use ICT equipment to record. For example, to record situations or areas where you want them to learn. Like, for example, if it is an oral literature, you can take them to an old man and they record what the old man is saying. And then later on in class, they may be able to review what by the old man. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwire. You can hear Group 4 had very good discussions. Paris, I hope you are from Group 5. Paris, you can unmute yourself. If you have something different from what they have told us, and you are from Group 5, then you can go ahead.
Okay, in Group 5, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, in Group 5, we learned that learner-centered approach. Learner-centered approach.
Yes.
The learners are actively involved and mastery of content is retained for long. Some of the methods that can be used in learner-centered approach are group works, discussion, debates, question and answer method. Also in ICT integration is the incorporation of the ICT in every lesson, e.g. use of projectors. Okay, in inclusive learning, all learners are catered for, and the teacher involves the learner in doing, e.g. for example, in sciences, they're involved in practicals. What we need to learn about learner-centered approach, ICT, and inclusive learning is how to manage time during the lessons and how to acquire resources during the lessons. Thank you.
Thank you, Paris. On behalf of Group 5, there is a lot of learning that was happening, and I'm very impressed. Justus, I hope you are in Group 6. Justus? Justus? You don't even have your audio on. Jacqueline Sagini? Sajiti?
Yes.
Unmute yourself. You're from Group 6.
Yeah, from Group 6. In Group 6, we looked at learner-centered approaches, and we said this is a process in teaching where learners play the major role during learning while the teacher does the guiding. Then we looked at approaches that can be used in learner-centered whatever. Then we said these include practicals in science-oriented subjects, discussions, excursions, and educational trips, among others. Then when it came to ICT integration, we said this is the process in teaching and learning where digital devices are involved. For example, we have phones, we have tablets, and so on. Then I looked at language, English as a language. We said the pronunciation of words can be taught well if we are using a phone to get the pronunciation of words clearly or well. Then when it came to inclusive learning, we said this is the teaching and learning that takes care of individual differences and learners with different needs. For example, we have slow learners, we have learners with special needs. For example, those with the low vision and so on. They need some assistance, they need some attention. So we said including them in our lessons is what we refer to as inclusive learning. Then when it came to what we would like to know, as far as these approaches are concerned, one, we would wish to know how efficient we can be by using these learner-centered approaches. And secondly, in some cases, we only have a teacher in class with a phone. Maybe we have tablets in school, fine, but the network wouldn't allow us use them. So we were asking ourselves, how can the digital devices be made available other than the teacher's phone in class? We didn't have time to discuss the rest, but that is what we were able, that is what I was able to capture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jacqueline. On behalf of Group 6, maybe I'm even tempted to ask you, have you covered these topics before? Because what they're telling us, it means that we are just going, it's going to be a walkover when we look at the contents.
Okay, as an individual, I had an opportunity of going through the British Council training, so we got some of these things there.
Oh, good. Thank you. This is what is called peer learning. We'll be able to learn from one another. Thank you on behalf of Group 6. Ayoko, unmute yourself.
Yes, good morning, Madam.
Yes, you are from which Group 6? Group 6?
Yes, I'm in Group 2 and I really wanted to add.
Okay, you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to add something. We said in inclusive learning, when we want to cater for all learners with different abilities, that's where we use an IEP, individualized educational program. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We had already talked.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, we want to, there was another group, the group that that was not able to get into the breakout rooms. That is a plenary, and it was led by Philista. Philista, are you still
wanting to contribute?
Sylvia, you are saying you're happy to have contributed.
Yes, Madam.
Contributed.
I was trying to see whether I can contribute.
Good, and your contribution.
Thank you.
I wish everybody would make such an effort. Thank you, Ayako, for your willingness to learn.
Thank you so much.
Elista, that was in the plenary. What about Victorine? Victorine was the secretary. Okay.
All right, yeah.
Esther Kamala. Esther Kamala. Esther, you can unmute yourself. And you don't have your audio, so you'll not be able to hear anything. So we've had, let me go back to the screen sharing. I think there is a lot that we've had about what you know and what you'd like to learn. And that is why I was saying that for this session, it will just be a walkthrough, because most of the things about learner-centered methodologies, you have already said. But just for a recap and for the sake of those who may be hearing it for the first time, we are going to go through them, and mainly we'll be having activities, and we'll try as much as possible to make use of the chat. Mr. Choge, once you're ready to, I'll call upon you to just take, assist me in some of these, especially reading from the chat. So we want now to look at how learners learn. And this is based on Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory. I hope you can see my screen. I will not put the slideshow, because once I put the slideshow, I'll not be able to navigate. But let me just try. Maybe today it will be better. Okay. So look at my screen. How learners learn based on Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory. We have pictures there, and they represent the kind of people that we have. For example, we have people who are nature smart, so we call them naturalists. We have people who are people smart, so when they are interacting, naturalists are those who like spending a lot of time out there. When, for example, you take learners out for learning, they really enjoy, and they feel that they would like to be learning that way. People smart. These are people, that is the intrapersonal skills, people with intrapersonal skills. These are people who like group work. They like being with people. They talk a lot and so on and so forth. But we also have another type of people that we call the number smart. So for them, everything, they try to reason in terms of numbers. When it comes to mathematics, that they really enjoy. So everything is reduced to numbers. So we call them, they are logical. They want to do things logically. They want to understand figures. When you give them, for example, a passage to read, they get lost. For them, they thrive with figures. Okay? Then we have another group of people that we call the picture smart. The picture smart. So for them, they are visual. They want to see pictures. They want to see images. So for you as a teacher, what you do is when you use a lot of graphics, they feel good. You'll find that even as you're talking as a teacher, they are making drawings. There are certain drawings that they are using. So we call that group the picture smart learners. Then we also have another group of people that have intrapersonal skills. We call them the self-smart. They work best when they are on their own. When you give them individual work, that is where they do it best. So you'll find that there is one learner who does not want to be in a group. When you give them group work, even now, even as we were going to the breakout rooms, some who are wondering, no, why do we have to go to the groups? Why can't we just be asked? When we go to the virtual campus, they are going to thrive there because they'll be on their own. So those ones, we call them the self-smart. But we also have another group that like working with their hands. Physical work. That they love doing physical work. When, for example, it comes to the practicals, that they enjoy that most. They understand most when they work with their hands. So we say that they are kinesthetic. They have kinesthetic skills. So they are body smart. Then another group of people or learners enjoy learning through music. So for example, rhymes, they'll compose rhymes. You'll find that even when they are learning, they want to have some music in the background. Such people, we say they are music smart. They are very musical. Even as they are learning, in order for them to understand a concept, you'll find that they have composed, they have come up with some rhyme, and that way they're able to understand. But there is also the last group of learners that are word smart. So they enjoy using words. They are linguistic. So when it comes to anything, they don't want to see pictures. They want to see the words themselves. Give them a passage. Ask them to make meaning out of it. They do a lot of reading. So we call them word smart. So the question now is, the picture on the left illustrates different types of learners you may have in your classroom. How can you as a teacher tell that a particular learner has a particular kind of intelligence? A particular kind of intelligence. Just ignore that typographical mistake. Let us use the chart. You look at the 8 types of learners. And the question is, how would you tell that your learner, a particular learner, has this type of intelligence? Let's use the chart, please. Okay, now we are on this. How would you tell, for example, if it is nature smart, how would you tell that a learner has that type of intelligence? Let's see, through close contact of observation. What is it that you'd observe? That is what you're asking. what is it that you'd observe? For example, we want, if it is a nature smart learner, how would you tell that they love working with nature? Okay. You expose all of them to different environments and observe. Then what is it? Yes, like somebody says, their relationship with others. If a student loves reading in class, the music smart, if they are able to use acronyms. Maybe Mr. Choge, you can read for me those the charts. Mr. Choge, the way they interact with one another.
Yes, Madam Purity. Music smart learner can compose piece of music. You will know them while doing so kidogo. Now I'm lost. By group learners and observing their relationship with others. Good. If the students become more interactive when exposed to a pictorial environment or activity, particular environment or activity. Word smarts always subscribe something when teaching. Yeah, first we must expose all the environments to be able to observe. They are moving very fast. I think we are back to the first one. People smart, a learner participates more in discussion. Give them activities and see how each student will handle them. Interactions among themselves and class participation. The nature smart will be interested in outside class activities. And then those who are body smart like working out experiments. The way they interact with the environment. Learner creates interest in natural things, e.g. different types of plants, flowers, etc. Most self-smart students do not answer questions. Nature smart, the way the learners takes care of the environment. Most self-smart students do not answer questions in class, but do very well when given individualized tests. Watching their behavior and their relationship with others. Self-smart are just quiet and seem withdrawn. If learner understands concepts faster when exposed to environment, number smart does well in maths. When exposed to environment, they go extra mile to investigate beyond the learning area. Self-smart will be more logical in reasoning. A word smart always in books reading. People smart thrive in group discussion and even take it's gone. People smart thrive in group discussion and even take initiative to lead the discussions. And then body smart can be seen through the mode of dressing. Word smart, they speak with confidence, are eloquent, talkative, and do not struggle to express themselves verbally. Somebody has said linguistic will love more to read, especially set books and class presentations. think that is enough, Madam Purity.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Now, let us move on to the next question. And I think we need now to think about what learning experiences can you provide to cater for the different types of intelligences. So for example, if it is a learner who is nature smart, what kind of learning experience would you provide for them? If it is a learner who is body smart, the ones who are who have kinesthetic skills, what experience can you provide for them? Okay, let's now start responding to the next question. Learning experiences that would suit the different types of intelligences. Let's move on. Maybe we can read. You can read for us.
Self-smart, like I think they are still responding to the first one. Nature smart field trips. Self-smart, there are some of us are still smart, self-smart, like doing anything on their own. We are still responding to the first question.
Let's respond to the second question, please.
And nature smart should be given field trips. People smart class discussion will do good. Picture smart provide more. Body smart a lot of practical trips. Storybooks for word smart. People smart group activities, discussion. Nature smart love flowers, plant trees, and visits. Word smart provide books while nature smart field trips. Picture smart ICT. Body smart always like to be, somebody is still responding to the first one. Self smart individual work, people smart discussion. People smart involve them in discussion. Take them out. Somebody said, linguistic intelligence encourage creative writing, debates, and read books. Picture smart do more drawings. Picture smart given charts and projects, projected images. People smart involve learner in group discussion. Music smart are involved in music and dance. Use of songs. Provide room for the, take them for games to understand each one of them. Body smart always like to be engaged in practical, so more practical should be given. Self-smart like doing anything on their own. Body smart a lot of practical work. And then body smart molding practical work. Picture smart do more drawings. Somebody has talked of debates. Then experiential learning for people smart and nature smart. People smart playing. Nature smart give them nature work. Music smart are innovative in singing and dancing. Use of songs for music smart learners. Self-smart involve them in practical work. And then nature smart give them natural experience like agricultural, take them to the farm. Nature smart are lovers of nature, let them learn out of class. Nature smart field excavation. Number Smart give them maths to present in class. Body Smart allow them to help those stuck in practical to set up apparatus. And many responses. So over to you, Madam Purity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Choge, for that. I think now we have gotten an idea of what we mean by Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory. And generally what we are being told is that our learners have diverse types of intelligences, and we must think of catering for them. So what does Howard Gardner say about multiple intelligences? So he states that learners possess different kinds of minds and therefore learn, remember, perform, and understand in different ways. And therefore he advances the view that individuals have different ways of demonstrating their abilities. So there are different ways that learners can actually demonstrate that they know. And we have looked at the various types of intelligences that he identified in his theory. And therefore, we are saying that as we continue teaching, we must recognize the different types of intelligences that our learners have, that they have potential. If we are able to identify the kind of intelligence that they have and provide learning experiences that conform with that kind of intelligence. For example, we've talked about the ones who love nature. If, for example, they get confined to the classroom, you find that those learners get bored, they lose interest in the learning. But if you design a learning activity where they are going to learn outside, outside, even if it is poetry, even if it is your lesson, that for that particular lesson, you want it to be outside, you'll find that they will learn their best at their best, okay? And therefore, as a teacher, you are required to prepare activities which appeal to the diverse intelligences amongst our learners, okay? And you should ensure that you take care of the 8 intelligences as much as possible. Remember, we call it stimulus variation. That if I talk throughout, I go to class, I talk throughout, there is no stimulus variation. But if I come and design learning experiences that are different, that at one stage, I will even say, let us sing. And it is singing that is related to the concept that I'm teaching. You'll find that there are some learners who feel that, yeah, now their needs are being taken care of. So we need to remember that. Prepare the learning experiences that are diverse, that appeal to the different types of intelligences that our learners may have. Otherwise, we may continue harming learners as dull, slow learners, but it is because we have not yet understood their learning, their intelligence, okay? So this is just what we have been saying. When you talk about the visual, they perceive through sight. They want to see, okay? They want pictures, a lot of pictures. They'll also be able to draw a lot of pictures. You can imagine if you ask for something, an assignment, and the student draws, for you will be telling them, no, this is wrong. I asked you to write. But maybe if you look at that illustration that has been done graphically, you still find that they have been able to express the same concept as it would have been expressed through writing. So in class, would want to use pictures, would want to use maps, would want to use charts, we want to use videos, we want to use movies. For the linguistic intelligence, the learners who have linguistic intelligence or verbal, we find that these are people who they express themselves very, very well. Okay, we call them word smart. Okay, these are learners, their auditory skills are well developed. So they listen and they're able to respond. And you find that they're elegant speakers. They're very elegant speakers. Even when they go to group work, you'll find that they want to take the lead. They want to be the presenters. If you have a discussion, if you have a debate in class, you'll hear the way they discuss so eloquently. But once you ask them to do something different, then you'll find that somehow they tend to lose interest. So for this one, you think more of words, giving them passages that they can read. Give them reading assignment, and they'll do very well. Don't give them pictures. For pictures, they tend to lose interest. They do not see they are not able to relate to pictures. Then the next type of intelligence is, as we had said, is those who are logical or mathematical intelligence. So these learners love using reason, logic, and numbers. But they want to reason out. These are the people who will be very argumentative. Not because they want to question you as a teacher, not because they are trying to doubt what others are saying, but they want to put meaning to it. They want to have some logical explanation. They also love numbers. Okay? So, and you'll find that when it comes even to mathematics itself, and we're not just talking about mathematics, it is anywhere, whatever they are doing, they want everything to make sense. So they try to be very logical. When it comes to numbers, they excel in the use of numbers. Okay? So even if you give them a list, maybe it is even points, and you put the bullets, you'll find that they go now numbering them 1, 2, 3, 4. Because now once they put the 1, 2, 3, 4, they're able to read to them. They'll keep on talking about passage 1, passage 2, point 1, point 2, because that is what they are able to relate to. Then the other type of intelligence is the kinesthetic or the bodily intelligence. So for this one, they love working with their hands. So they have the ability to control their body movements and to handle objects skillfully. So you'll find that when you give them a practical activity, they do it very well. Okay? So they express themselves through movement. These are the learners who will excel when it comes to physical education, that is PE. They'll do very well. But you may find that when it comes to maybe use of words, reading a passage, they're not very good at it. They tend to lose a lot of interest. So, for example, we have said that when it comes to PE, they'll do a lot, and sporting activities, they excel in that area. But apart from that, when it comes to practicals, they also excel. They do well because they are working with their hands. That is the way they process information. Then the next one is the musical or the rhythmic intelligence. In a musical way, you'll find that they are able to understand best. So for example, you'll find that for whatever they do, they want to come up with rhymes. They want to come up with rhymes. They want to see patterns. They use acronyms to remember. And out of those acronyms, they are able to compose something, okay? And therefore, we are saying that for this one, if you put them in class and there is no music, they don't do well. These are the people you'll find that they are reading and there is very loud music in the background. And for you, you keep on telling them, how can you concentrate with all that noise? That is how they understand. And then they're also very sensitive to the noise around, any sound from the surrounding. For example, if there's a cricket making noise somewhere, you'll find that they're able to sense it. And somehow if it is not, they may find that that noise is not appropriate. They're not able to concentrate. Bells, the dripping of taps. When there is water that is dripping from a tap, for you, they are saying, I think there's some tap that is dripping. For others, you may say, where is it? Where is it dripping? And that dripping, the tap, 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 becomes a nuisance to them. They are not able to concentrate because that is unwanted noise. Then we have the interpersonal intelligence, people who want to work with others. They want to understand people. They want to understand other people's point of view. So they thrive best when they work with others. They don't like being on their own. You may find that for these interpersonal intelligence people, in class, they tend to be very noisy. It's not that they want to be noisy, but they want to be in the company of others. They cannot sit still. So you're asking the students to keep quiet. But as soon as you are not observing, you find that they are already making noise to their desk mates. Or not really, they're trying to interact with their desk mates because they feel isolated. For them, when you give them an activity to do with others, they do it very well, okay? And so we need to remember that when you see a student who does not work on their own, it is not that they want to make noise. It is not that they want to be a nuisance. That is a kind of intelligence that they have. Then the last one is the intrapersonal intelligence. Sometimes these people, when you talk about the interpersonal, we tend to label them as extroverts, people who want to work with others, okay? But we also have the ones that we refer to as introverts, people who want to be on their own. So you'll want them to work in groups, but when they go to the groups, they just keep quiet. They feel lost. You're not taking care of their needs. So you find that they're just there. But give them work on their own, and they'll do very, very well. So they have intrapersonal intelligence. And we should not label them as being antisocial. We don't label them as being antisocial because they want to work on their own. And this is why we are saying that as teachers, we need to understand the kind of learners that we have so that we are able to come up with learning experiences that suit the different types of intelligence, okay? And this is an illustration of the different types of intelligence. This is an illustration, just what we have been seeing, and you can see the illustrations of what that person likes or what that learner likes, okay? Maybe as we give you the notes, you can look at it or you can take a screenshot and just look at what the learner or how the learners learn. I want to move on. So how do we apply Gardner's theory, Gardner's multiple intelligence theory? How would we apply it in real life situation? And we say that it emphasizes on the importance of learner-centered classrooms. Learner-centered classrooms. That as teachers, we must come up with learning approaches that meet the diverse needs of our learners. That as a teacher, I cannot imagine that one learning approach is suitable for all. It also emphasizes on the importance of self-directed learning, that we need to also ask ourselves, can we come up with learning activities, learning experiences where the learners can work on their own, okay? Then it also emphasizes that when we are delivering our lessons, when we are delivering our instructions, we need to use multiple mediums. So for example, when you see your learners enjoying being out, how can you take advantage of that? You craft a learning experience where they are going to learn while they're outside. They'll not be wasting time. They'll still be able to achieve the learning outcomes, the expected learning outcomes, but that activity will be out. You can ask, for example, a learner who is good with pictures to draw illustrations of the concept that you have been learning. So that is why we are saying that we need to look for different ways of delivering our lessons, multiple media, not just one. Okay. Then Gardner also says that these differences tend to challenge the assumption that everyone can learn the same materials in the same way, and that a uniform universal measure suffices to test students' learning. That you assume that all learners are the same, that they can all learn in the same way. And this is a challenge that Gardner is posing to us, that when we look at learners, do we see them as the same? Ni kama maharagwe. If you put beans, maybe in a container, they all look the same. But when you look closely at those beans, you actually realize that some are small, others are dark, they're all different. And therefore, we need to look at, get to know our learners better so that we appreciate the differences that they have, the diversity that they have, that we appreciate that they all don't learn in the same way. And there is no way we can test them, a universal measure to test their learning. That we need to come up with different ways of measuring their learning. That we do not give them a test, then we say, oh, this one has failed, this one has passed, and so on and so forth. And I think this is something that is really going to be emphasized on in CBC, okay? Taking care of each learner's potential. I don't know whether Mr. Choge, you can take over, or I do this, and you take over after that.
Go on, Madam Purity.
Okay, now we have a statement here, and in the interest of time, we are still going to use the chart. I am sure we are still on learner-centered methodologies, and here is a saying by Confucius. Confucius was a philosopher, a Chinese philosopher, and he says, I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. So we are going to use the chart to respond to this. What do you understand from the above quotation? What do you understand from this quotation? What does it say? Okay, let's use the chart. Hannah says that she can't hear anything. We are asking, when somebody says, when Confucius says, I hear, I understand, what does it mean? Let's hear. Maybe you can read for us the post on the chat. Okay, learns better through practicals. Okay, things that are not practical done are easily forgotten. Okay, learners learn best by doing practicals. Okay, there are different ways of learning, practice, content learning and retention. Practicals make learning retained. That is very, very true. Yes, that we need to make use of a variety of learning approaches in order to aid learning. Doing by observing is the best, okay? Okay. Okay, you can see the doing incorporate learning, practicals, So most of you are just talking about practicals, learning by doing, learner-centered, the retention, okay, use of practicals, okay. Remember when you talk about practicals, we are simply talking about not the science practicals, we're talking about learners being involved in the doing, okay. Learners being involved in the doing of some activities, okay, rather than being told. Okay, now, I think now we understand what we mean by this. Now, the next question is, we are still going to use the chart, involve the learners, give learning or learning approaches where the learners are just expected to hear. Learning approaches that you use where the learners are only expected to listen. Learning approaches where the learners are just expected to listen. Lecture method, lecture method, lecture method, lecture method. So we are in a reading, audio, lecture, lecture method. So when we go to class and we lecture, we are simply saying that the learner is not involved at all. And what is likely to happen? They will forget. They have heard, they will forget as soon as. In fact, in the Kenyan context, we say it goes in through one ear and goes out through the other ear, because they have not yet internalized it. So, dear colleagues, you can see what happens when we give lectures, and we are very fond of that. That is the method that we use in most of our classes. We just go and tell. We go and tell the learners. And therefore, by the time you finish that class, they have forgotten. Now, we move on to the next one. A learning approach where they are expected to see. Demonstration, audio-visual demonstration, where they're expected to see, okay? Where they're just expected to see, okay? They can hear, they can see. Demonstration, practicals, audio-visual, practicals. You have a video and you want them to listen to it. So we say that they are seeing, they can hear, but they are likely to remember. So demonstration, use of charts, they're able to see. Demonstration, okay, acting out, field trips, demonstrations, role play. Okay, now we are saying that that one is stronger than the first one, the lecture method, because they're able to see and they're also able to hear. Okay, and therefore they will remember. Like when we are talking about role play, they will keep on talking about, oh, by the way, did you see what happened? They'll talk about the video clip, and they'll keep on playing that video clip so they can remember. They have not forgotten like in the first one where they just heard. Here they have heard, they have seen, and therefore they can remember. But they've still not understood. They've still not understood because they have not internalized it. They are remembering what the teacher showed them. Okay? They are remembering that there was role play that was being done. They are remembering how the teacher demonstrated how to use the computer. They are remembering how you showed them how to do a practical in your subject, because it was a demonstration. But now we want to ask ourselves, in which activities, what learning approaches require the learner to do? Where you require the learner to do? Peer teaching, practicals, group work, good. Dramatization. So they are not just the dramatization, they are involved in the drama itself, discussions and presentations, practicals, group work, practicals, role play, okay? Experiment, okay? So you see there is a difference between the demonstration and the practical. Demonstration, they will remember. The practical, they'll be involved in the doing and therefore they will understand. Research and presentation, dramatization, and so on and so forth. Okay? I think now we are getting the idea that if we want our learners to understand, we must involve them in the doing. If we go and lecture them, if we go and show them how to do it, and they never get to do it, they will not understand. That is what we are saying in simple terms, that we must come up with learning experiences where we expect the learners to do things. Even if it is group work, you want the learners to do it themselves. Like right now, you are doing something. If I could also have come and told you that this is what this saying means, and you're not involved. Once you do the writing, you think about it, you do the writing, you respond to the question, you are not likely to forget. When you give activities to the learners, and that is what somebody was asking today when they were asking, how come there are so many activities? And what we want you to do is not to read and forget. We don't want you to see those illustrations and you remember and you just remember. We want you to do the activities so that you understand the content, you understand the concept. Because we could also tell you, go and read this. We just give you a presentation. But as soon as you read that presentation, you will forget. Or you'll just remember. But you do not really, you have not really internalized that concept. You do not know how to apply it. But when you involve yourself in an activity, you go through an activity, you do it, and you feel, now this is good, you are not likely to forget. And that is the essence of learning, that you need to understand a concept. You need to understand what you are doing, okay? So this is why you'll find that we'll give you activities, not so that we can grade you, but so that as you practice, as you go through those activities, you now understand. Remember the doing. We don't just want you to remember that this is what you said in class. We want you to go through, do that activity, and you remember. The same thing in class. When you are coming up with your lesson, in the lesson plan, you ask yourself, am I the one who will be doing, or is it the learner? If it is you, the teacher, who is doing it, then that is not a by the learners themselves so that they do and they understand. And we only say that learning takes place if the learner has understood, not just remembering, okay? So now we go to the last part of the question. No, here we want you to be as sincere as possible, okay? We've talked about the learning approaches that lead to understanding, where you involve the learners in doing. So on a rating scale of 1 to 5, 1 being never, 2 rarely, 3 sometimes, 4 often, and 5 always, indicate your usage of the learner-centered approaches. Okay, 3 sometimes, okay, 4, wow, sometimes 3. So you can see most of us, it is just sometimes. It's only sometimes that we think of involving our learners. I can see a 4 somewhere, meaning that sometimes we think, let me just involve the learners in something. But we are saying that if you are only involving them in the learning, making them do things, making them do activities, then they only learn sometimes. The other times when you are not using the learner-centered approaches, there is no learning that is taking place. Okay? So there is somebody who says often, that is quite admirable. 5, always. That is good. And we should aim at always using learner-centered methodologies where the learners are doing the activities themselves rather than we teachers telling them what to do. So thank you so much. Let's move on. And now it has refused to move. Okay. So a learner-centered, Mr. Choge, I think you can take over now. Mr. Choge.
Okay, thank you, Madam Purity. Thank you for taking us through that session. Madam Jennifer had asked a question, but I believe we shall actually respond to that question later, Madam Jennifer. So I've seen somebody actually respond to that. So let's move on to learner-centered approaches. And learner-centered approaches is actually the knowledge of the diversity among learners, and where teachers need to understand that each learner has a unique way of accessing, processing, and applying information. And that is actually what competency-based curriculum is all about, because we have seen all this intelligence where every learner has a different way of processing or accessing or applying the information that he or she has come across or has actually met with. So it involves many varied intentionally designed instructional experiences that provides multiple ways of learners to access, process, and interpret and apply the information. I saw the concern of quite a good number of us that how are we going to apply all these experiences in a big number of learners? No, it is not about how are we going to apply it. It's not something that is actually installed, but it is a way of how we are responding or actually taking through the learner in the best way of how this learner is processing the information or giving out the information. You are told by Madam Purity that others may actually be interfered by small or sound that may actually divert their mind, while others will actually require a certain situation for them to learn. And let me share my screen. Allow me to share my screen. Allow me to share my screen. Yes, let me share the screen. I believe you can now see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Are we there? We were. I think we were done. Were we done with that session, Madam Purity?
We the next slide after this one.
Yes.
Yes, that is where we are.
Yes. So we are saying that a learner-centered activity focuses on learners' needs, experiences, background, perspectives, preferences, and interests as they relate to learning. So a learner-centered activity helps the learner to make connections between what they already know and new information. So in other words, what we are saying is that every learner, and for example, if you give the learner room actually to control or to take over learning, then you'll find that they can easily connect what they know and the new information, and therefore learning will actually flow. Learner-centered also provides the learner with opportunities to set goals, provide input into the learning process, and collaborate. It also provides opportunities to share interest, perspective, and opinions in safe, supportive environment. So therefore, when we allow, actually in learner-centered approaches, the learners will be able now to give their way of understanding, and therefore, even for a teacher, it becomes easy for you to correct them. So learner-centered activities increase the engagement, motivation, and success of the learners, Learner-centered approaches include 1, cooperative learning. And then there is also group discussion, and then independent study. Cooperative learning, this is a teaching strategy that involves learners working in small groups to complete tasks or projects. The tasks are structured so that each member contributes to the completion of the task. That is cooperative learning. And then group discussion, this is a teaching strategy that enables learners to articulate their views and respond to opinions from their own. Actually, they give their own opinions. So the group may be structured as either a large or group. The groups may be actually large or group, but normally small groups is actually advisable so that each and every learner gets time to participate. Independent study, this is a teaching strategy that promotes an individualized learning experiences, allowing the learner to select a topic of focus, then divine the problem, and then gather and analyze the information, and finally apply skills and create a product to show and tell. So that is what we are calling independent study. There is also portfolio development, and this is a teaching strategy where learners are supported together, organize and illustrate examples of their learning experiences and accomplishment. It is a process of creating, collecting, reflecting, and selecting work examples that engage learners continuously. Actually, this is what the learners reflect on, what they like or how they have done a certain task. The best way of how they have actually grasped a certain skill, or what they have actually presented, or giving their better understanding of the skill that they have actually acquired. And then there is also journaling. This is teaching strategy that provides learners with an opportunity to record their thoughts, feelings, and reflection on a variety of learning experiences. So the journals enables learners to explore ideas and clarify their thinking. So it promotes reflection and high-level thinking Madam Purity, be on standby. My power is off, and I know my machine may actually go off anytime. And then there is also the Venn diagram. This is a graphic organizer that is used to compare and contrast information about two or more objects, concepts or ideas. It allows learners to organize information and see the relationship. That is why you'll find that two or more ideas come together, and then there is also the relationship or where they are meeting point, and that is why we have said and see relationships of what is being presented. Then there is community service learning, and this is teaching strategy which a teacher designs a project where the learner will participate in service within a community that has a learning component and reflection. Remember, in community service learning, it is not only doing an activity for the sake of doing an activity. There is a concept or there is something that the learners must actually learn and internalize. And at the same time, they are also developing a certain qualities. And then there is also inquiry-based learning. This is teaching strategy that provides learners with an opportunity to examine issues systematically that involves identifying the issues, planning action, evaluating the action, and reporting the experiences for further action. That is inquiry-based learning. And then there is also project-based learning, where we have said that this is a teaching strategy in which learners are guided to identify a project which is undertaken systematically, and they do a report, Then note that telling the learners what they need to know through lecture is not learner-centered. Telling the learners what they need to know through lecture method is not actually learner-centered. Lectures should be short and most often preface to an activity that is meaningful. Then also note that having the learners simply read a chapter or a paper is not a learner-centered activity, unless you are actually focusing their reading by asking questions that helps create links between the theory and the learner's jobs, or for you to identify the difficulties that the learners may be experiencing as far as reading or actually giving a certain concept is concerned. So remember, having the learners simply reading is not a learner-centered method, not unless you are focusing to know the flow or the steadiness of that learner in reading. There is also integration of technology in teaching and learning. How do we integrate this teaching and learning? Integration of teaching of technology in teaching and learning is the knowledge, is the acknowledgement of the role of integration of technology in teaching and learning in the context of the 21st century. So it is expected that teachers are digital literates and who are capable of accessing, retrieving, and designing lessons that integrate ICT in teaching and learning. It is expected that teachers have the knowledge, skills, and attitudes in the use of basic computer applications and online platforms. Then the successful integration of ICT into the learning environment will depend on ability of teachers to structure the learning in new ways, to manage or to match technology appropriately with pedagogy, develop socially active classrooms, and encourage cooperative interaction and collaboration learning and group work. So remember, the successful integration of ICT in learning actually is where we use a variety of what we have maybe online, how to use these gadgets, and how you bring on board information maybe either from another section to support the learning of these young children. Madam Purity, please, my Nini is almost over. Off. Assist me, please, from your end. I'm running out of power. Madam
Okay,
Purity,
Mr.
if you can hear me.
It is okay. Just go on until you're off completely.
Okay. For many, this requires different set of skills from those they currently possess. While ICT integration aims to improve and increase the quality, accessibility, and cost efficiency of the delivery of instructions to learners, it also refers to benefits from the network, the learning communities to face the challenges of current globalization. And remember, when we talk about networking, it's not only that we should depend on what we are getting from the internet, but we are also talking about the community that we may actually create. Like, for example, if we look at the way we are learning today, we have this cohort 3, whereby we have everybody from all the 47 counties. In other words, we are now connecting as a team. And remember, when we were actually creating groups, we did not say we are grouping people from one county, but we have actually created a group, and therefore we have networked. We have actually gotten information from somebody in Lamu, and we've gotten information from somebody in Busia. We have put you in the same group, and while you are discussing, you have actually formed a network. And by the end of it all, let us maintain this group so that you can even share for a certain lesson. You know that somebody has a strength in this topic, and therefore you can actually form a group and you teach together using the communities that we have actually we are able to form using ICT. The use of technology in education contributes a lot in the pedagogical aspect, in which the applications of ICT will lead to effective learning with the help and support from ICT elements and components. Yes, Madam Purity. Yes.
We had thought that would take a break there.
Okay.
Just before ICT, and then we come and.
Okay, thank you.
After the health break.
Okay, okay. So, as I summarize this section here, I'm saying that the use of technology in education contributes a lot in pedagogical aspect, in which the application of ICT will lead effective learning with the help and support from ICT elements and components. So it's only us to ensure that we use these gadgets to assist us get more information on how to instruct or how to assist these learners in as far as pedagogical delivery is concerned. So I believe we shall end there. We go for break, and then when we come back, we move on to ICT implementation models. But before we close, there is somebody who had asked a question. Madam Purity, Madam Jennifer had asked a question. How do I use different learning experiences in a big class? And I believe somebody had actually said that, and I had mentioned something like on that. I don't know if Madam Purity, you can give some more information on that or expand on that. How do I use different learning experiences in a big class?
I think it calls for a lot of creativity on the part of the teacher, and it means that you need to come up with different learning experiences. Like you'll find that for TPD, as much as we are doing it online, we are trying to incorporate as many activities as possible. Sometimes you have group work, other times you are using the chat. We have reading passages like we are going to see. We have where you'll be expected to access the internet. At the end of it, there is work that you'll be doing on your own. So this is just an example that it calls for the teacher to be very innovative, coming up with a variety of learning experiences. And you may not be able to take care of all the learning needs in a particular lesson, but it means that every time you are thinking of how can I maybe come up with some music, a video clip that I can play? How can I come up with some pictures that I can use to take care of that? Can I have a class outside, a lesson outside, an activity outside where the learners can go and undertake the activity? All that. So it is possible to actually do that. most of the times we talk about the size of the class, but that does not stop us from actually being very creative and come up with a diversity of learning experiences. Thank you, Mr. Choge. Mr. Choge, maybe he has gone off or he's still there. So members, as Mr. Choge is trying to come back, we'd like to take a break. It's now 10:52. We come back at 11 what? 11:22. Sawa sawa. If you're on data, you can log off. If you're on Wi-Fi, then it is okay. So we come back, use the same link to rejoin the class. Let's not be late. We want to finish early. So bon appetit as you take your tea and madazis or dumas or nyoyo. morning, Sylvia. How are you? Happy New Year. How is the family? How are the girls? Some of the pictures that may be required to be displayed instead of you actually having them printed. You just go with the projector, you project, and the learners learn. So that is why we are talking about the step of faith. Having an open mind that we want to continue learning how to make use of ICTs, okay? And what we need to know is that teachers are expected to have the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to use basic computer applications and online platforms. These are the expectations that for you, when we say go and type a document on Word, that you'll be able to go and type that document. And there's nothing big about typing a document on Word. When, for example, you send me a text, an SMS, what do you use? It's just typing the same way, using the same formula, the same approach, okay? So it is having that open mind that I've talked about so that you are able to, and most of all, and we saw it in the learner-centered approaches, peer learning. Peer learning is very important when it comes to adult learning, that there is something I do not know as purity, but my colleague knows. Do I have an open mind to learn from him? Can I be able to just get to know how he does something and then I learn from him? So that when it comes to computer applications, for example, when we talk about Excel, we talk about Word, we talk about even accessing the internet, we can be able to do that. And when we are not able to, you sit down with a colleague who knows, and then you practice. And with practice, then you become perfect. And what I need to say about skills or competencies, if you want to acquire a competence, you must do it. Remember we said, when you do, you know. When we tell you, do this, and you don't practice, you will never know. You will remember that you are told this is how to access the virtual campus. You can even tell me, like I keep asking people, tell me how you have been accessing the virtual campus. They say, and you ask them, but have you tried to access it? They say, no, I don't know how. So that is the first step of faith. Online platforms. There is a lot that is happening on online platforms, making use of the internet. But most of the things, we no longer do them. For example, when we are talking about applications, nobody will tell you to apply using hard copies. Nobody will tell you to post an application. They all tell you access the full advertisement from this website and then apply electronically. So that is what is required. Remember, we are saying that this is the world that we are living in. Everything has gone electronic. Learning itself, like there are some of us after this, or maybe let me just say that they are using Zoom for the very first time, and I want to commend them that they can now sit and learn. Today, when we were doing the breakout rooms, I saw something that does not happen with most of the groups that we've been having. For the first session, they usually have a problem with breakout rooms. But for this group, you are special because you are able to make use of breakout rooms effectively. That is a skill that some of us are learning for the first time. And we are doing well because we have an open mind. Okay? So that is why we are saying that teachers are expected to have this skills and knowledge about the use of ICTs. Okay. So if we are going to utilize ICTs effectively as teachers, all that depends on your ability as a teacher to structure the learning in new ways. Remember, when you prepare a PowerPoint, like the one that I have right now, and I go with the PowerPoint, the projector and the laptop, but I continue talking as the teacher, that lesson is still not learner-centered. That lesson is still not learner-centered. It is only that I am using technology to make it easier for me to deliver the lesson, the teacher-dominated lesson. So it is asking yourself, how to make use of technology so that you can involve the learners in as many ways as possible. That is what ICT integration is all about. How can I make learning learner-centered through the use of technology? Can I be able to have collaborative learning? Can I be able to have group work? Can I be able to give an assignment where I will expect the learner to do on their own? Can I be able to ask the learners to watch a video and ensure that they give me feedback on what they have watched in the video? Because watching is not enough. Can I ask the learners to even prepare videos, develop videos on certain concepts, so that now we are telling them to go and develop a video. Go and take photos of yourself as you engage in this activity. So the more we involve the learners in the use of the ICTs, the more likely that they will be able to now gain the digital literacy. If we go and tell them, this is ICT, they watch us using the ICTs, that is through the demonstration, they'll still not learn or know how to make use of the ICTs, okay? And this is what we are saying, that for many of us, it will require a different set of skills. And the set of skills will be determined by your mindset. Are you willing? Are you ready? Have you blocked your mind and said that this technology is something that is so hard and I cannot be able to navigate through? Or do you have an open mind that you'll go and sit in your staff room with a colleague and you tell them, show me how. Show me how. If there is nobody amongst your colleagues who is able to do it, we go to the young ones that we have in our homes. When it comes to ICTs, they are very good. They are way ahead of us. So you ask yourself, can I maybe reach out to my son, my daughter, my nephew, or even a neighbor who knows how to make use of these things? Or do I want to hide so that people do not know that I don't know how to make use of ICTs? By hiding yourself, by refusing to open up and reaching out, it means that you continue not knowing how to use ICTs. And we find that the use of ICTs can really contribute to the quality of learning that the learners go through. The quality of learning. That learning can become more effective if we embrace the use of ICT. Okay? So we want to look at the TPAC model. The TPAC model, we have talked about the importance of making use of ICTs in the teaching and learning process. So we want to ask ourselves, how then do we go about integrating the ICTs? So we are told that in the teaching and learning process, we have two main components. We have the pedagogy and we have the content. That is the content, the subject matter. Then we have the technology, the pedagogy. The pedagogy, as teachers, we all have that. This is why we went through training. We were taught the methods that we should use for learning or for teaching and learning. But now we are introducing another component. And this is what we are calling the technology. And therefore, in our classroom or in this scenario, we have these three components. We have the pedagogy, we have the content, and we have the technology. The question is, how do we ensure that the three work effectively? Are we going to use technology that is removed from the content? Technology that is removed from the pedagogy? If we do that, then you'll find that the technology that we are using is not adding value to the learning process. So for example, before you teach a concept, you need to ask yourself, what are the learning outcomes? What are the expected learning outcomes? And that will go hand in hand with the content. The second question is, which is the best learning approach to teach these learning outcomes? Which are the best learning approaches? Now we are on pedagogy. Then the third question that you should ask yourself as a teacher, what technology can I use to enhance the teaching, the attainment of the learning outcomes? And what approaches to do that? Then we talk about the TPAC model, use of the TPAC model in the teaching, in the learning process. So TPAC represents these three elements, the relationship or the intersection of the three elements. So we are starting with technology. Then we come to pedagogy. Then we come to the content. And we ask ourselves, how do they interact? And this is a model of ICT integration. We also call it a framework that as teachers, we should always have in our minds. That it is not the use of technology for the sake of it. For example, you use technology to put a graphic. You have gone to the internet or you have even taken a photo, you have added it to your lesson. You are asking, what is the meaning of this graphic? What is the meaning of this picture? How is it enhancing the learning? Or am I using it for decorative purposes? Because when it comes to teaching and learning, we are not going to use it for decorative purposes. We are not there to decorate. We are there to make use of technology to enhance the learning. You'll go and pick on a video. You've come up with a video and you're going to ask yourself, how is this video related to the learning outcomes? One, you'll ask, is it related to the content that I want to teach, the concept that I want to teach? Then the second one that you ask yourself is, how is it going to enhance the achievement of the learning outcomes? Carol, I can see your hand is up. Unfortunately, when I'm sharing, my view is a bit limited. Or maybe your hand has gone down, but I saw somebody's hand that was up. Okay, so those are the questions that you need to ask yourself and why the TPAC model is very, very important. Okay, now for the next one, we want to look at this article. We want to look at this article. We are going to do it in plenary. There's another activity where we get into breakout rooms. So for this one, we want to do it in plenary and look at the questions. This is an article on ICT integration in learning. Then we want to identify the benefits that teachers can gain from the use of ICTs. Then we also ask ourselves, how can learners benefit from the use of ICTs in learning? So the first one from the article is the benefits to the teacher. The second one is the benefits to the learner or the learners. So I will post this link. Let me stop sharing. Then I share again. Then I want a volunteer to read for us. We'll have 2 people. I hope you can see my screen. Put up your hand if you'd like to read the article for us as it is on the screen. We can also post the link on the chat so that we are able. So there is the link on the chat. So who can read it for us? I will continue scrolling. Somebody to, the word smart people. Remember we said that for the word smart people, they love reading. So put up your hand if you'd like to read it for us. We'll have 2 people. I'm not able to see this hand. Okay, Evelyn and then Tina. We'll have Evelyn and then Tina will take up after Evelyn has stopped. So Evelyn, you can unmute yourself. Evelyn, unmute yourself and read for us. Okay, if you are not available, I'll ask Tina. Tina, you can unmute yourself. Tina?
Yes, I've unmuted. You can hear me?
Yes, after that we'll have Grace Wamboy.
Yes, I'm ready. Yes, what's ICT? That is the question. It was not until later on in my teaching career that the term information and communication technology into brackets ICT materialized before me and opened my eyes to what this meant in education. The term ICT simplified means and technology that has to do with information and communication. Another point, information can come in many forms such as sound, video, text, and images. So when you think of what technology, it is available that produces these aspects of information, and sometimes a combination of all these. We refer to such technology as mobile phones, digital cameras, video cameras. For example, today information and communication technologies are the one thing, and so the repertoire of technology expands further to encompass computers and computer-related products, emails, MMS, and other forms of communication into brackets, figure ETL. Yes, I can see pictures.
Okay, just move on.
Yes, I move on.
The importance of ICT in education.
Yes, the importance of ICT in education. The first point, today we do not need to go any further than our own home or even room to see some form of our lives. Whether it be a computer, plasma TV, or mobile phone, we all have them in some parts of our lives. In today's society, people as a consumer of ICT all strive for the one dream, the dream of connected life. This makes ICT a lifestyle choice for much of population. In addition, this lifestyle choice is changing the way we communicate, increasing the rate of consumerism, and changing how we interact and gather information into brackets, selling December 2008, January to 2009. ICT has invaded and transformed many aspects of our lives to the extent that we live in an environment that is dominated by technology, which itself is consumer driven. Into brackets, somehow, now 2005, no matter how we perceive it is presence. There's no denying that it is an important part of our lives, and that is here to stay. So we know that ICT is here to stay.
Okay, thank you so much, Tina. Let's have the next person. Thank you so much. The next person to read for us, Grace Mwangi. Thank you, Tina. Grace Mwangi, you can unmute. Grace Mwangi. Grace. Okay, Jane Moturi. Please, if you don't want to read, put down your hand. Degwa. Unmute, please.
I have unmuted.
Degwa. Okay,
Can you hear me?
read for us. Yes,
Okay.
Key issues.
Key issues to remember in relation to the importance of ICT in education are that: one, e-learning or online learning. The presence of ICT in education allows for new ways of learning for students and the teachers. E-learning or online learning is becoming increasingly popular, and with various unprecedented events taking place in our lives. This does not only open opportunities for schools to ensure that the students have access to curriculum materials, whilst something that is hiding me. Whilst in the classroom, but also allows them to ensure students outside the classroom, such as at home or even in hospitals, can learn. Number two, ICT brings inclusion. The benefits of ICT in education is of such that the students in the classroom can all learn from the curriculum materials. Students with special needs are no longer at a disadvantage, as they have access to essential materials, and the special ICT tools can be used by students to make use of ICT for their own education needs. Despite this, it opens up new issues related to the digital divide and providing access to ICT tools and resources for those who are less unfortunate. Number three, ICT promote higher order thinking skills. One of the key skills of the 21st century, which includes evaluating, planning, monitoring, and reflecting, to name a few. The effective use of ICT in education demands skills such as explaining and justifying the use of ICT in producing solutions to problems. Students need to discuss, tests, and conjecture the various strategies that we use. ICT, number four, ICT enhance subject learning. It is well known these days that the use of ICT in education adds a lot of value by key areas like literacy and numeracy. Number five, ICT use develops ICT literacy and ICT capability. Both the 21st century skills that are best developed while ICT remains transparent in the background of subject learning. The best way to develop ICT capability is to provide them with meaningful activities embedded in purposeful subject-related contexts. Number six, ICT use encourages collaboration. You just have to put an avenue for communication, thus reading to language development. Number seven, ICT use motivates learning. Society demands for a new technology has not left us out children and their needs. Children are fascinated with technology, and it encourages and motivates them to learn in the classroom. Number 8, ICT in education improves engagement and knowledge retention. When ICT is integrated into the lessons, students become more engaged in their work. This is because technology provides different opportunities to make it more fun and enjoyable in terms of teaching to some things in different ways. As a consequence of this increased engagement, it is said that it is seen that you are able to retain knowledge and more effectively and efficiently. ICT, number 9, ICT use allows for effective differentiation instruction with technology. We all learn differently at different rates and styles, and technology provides opportunity for this to occur. Number 10, ICT integration in key parts of the national curriculum. The integration of digital technologies or ICT is a significant part of an Australian curriculum, for example, and this is a threat that many global governments are taking up as they began to see a significance of ICT in education. Number 11, we live in knowledge economy. This is an economy where it is vital to have the ability to produce and use information effectively. That is Waite 2005, the blanket. It is a time when ICT pervasive and permeates throughout all industries in the economy, whether it may be health, education, environment, or manufacturing. Into brackets, February/March 2007. The significance of ICT in Australian economy was emphasized in the recent article. I'm lost. A significant ICT in Australian economy was emphasized in the recent. Sorry. That is, let me repeat number 10. ICT integration is a key part of the national curriculum. The integration of digital technologies or ICT technologies is a significant part of Australian curriculum, for example, and it is a trend that many global governments are taking up as they begin to see the significance of ICT in education. Number 11, we live in a knowledge economy. This is an economy where it is vital to have the ability to produce and use information effectively. That is Waite 2005. It is time when ICT is pervasive and permeates throughout all industries in the economy, whether it may be health, education, environment, or manufacturing. That is February/March 2007. The significance of ICT in the Australian economy was emphasized in the recent article by Aaron Patterson, CEO of the Australian Computer Society. In this statement, that the ICT industry now rivals mining in terms of contribution to the economy. Patterson, January/February 2013, page 8. ICT will continue to be a significant, part of our future as it connects itself to more and more parts of our lives. It will continually involve change because as consumers, we would like a choice. We like to use ICT for personal growth, creativity, and joy, consumption, and wealth. That is Samanov 2005.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was clear. We want to thank the two readers who have read for us. I think now it is clear. We are looking at the benefit of ICT. The benefit of ICT to the teacher and to the learners. So now we'll go to the chat, make use of the chat, okay? And we are asking ourselves, some people have already responded, and we are asking ourselves, how does ICT benefit the teacher? So let's make use of the chat. How does it? Some of the benefits of ICT to the teacher: improve the engagement and knowledge retention. We are waiting. Let's wait for your responses. Makes learning real. It motivates learning. For the teacher, remember we are on the teacher now. Makes work easier to the teacher, yeah. Many would say no. Gets resources, to get resources for teaching. Getting information changes the way we communicate with our learners. It saves time, enhances the learning process. Okay, makes work easier, gives immediate feedback, motivates the teacher, stops teacher. Okay. Okay, they are coming in fast and furious. I'm not able to keep up. Okay, I hope we are able to look at them. Okay, makes learning fun. Even as a teacher, you enjoy it. It's not like when you just go and use the chalk and talk approach. Okay, so you can see there is a lot. There are many ways in which the teacher can benefit from the use of ICTs. And new concepts, you are able to learn new concepts, make teaching more enjoyable, saves time, okay, brings inclusion, leads to interactive learning, and so on and so forth. Now, we want to ask, what about the learners themselves? What are the benefits of ICT to the learners? Now we have talked about ourselves, how we can benefit from the use of ICT. How can the learners benefit from the ICTs? Monotony helps retention of content. Thank you. Makes learning interesting, innovative, motivates the learners. It is fun, brings inclusion. Okay. Competencies on CBC, so it makes learning fun. It's fun, motivates learning, reduces monotony, promotes collaboration, engages the learner. The 3 dimensions of learning. Learning is real. You can be able to visualize, motivates learning, helps learners to acquire ICT skills, and so on and so forth. So we can say that there are benefits accruing from the use of ICTs, both the teacher and the learner. So my question is, why aren't we using ICTs ourselves fully as teachers? Like we've been told that there are some schools that have laptops, there are some that have projectors, there are some that have tablets, but we don't make use of them, okay? So somebody is talking about lack of digital gadgets. What do you have now? You are using a digital gadget, that is a smartphone. Okay, lack of power, maybe power can be a challenge. Okay, network problems, wrong attitude, negative attitude, and it is put actually in caps, meaning that you really want it to start out technophobia. And I think that is the main challenge, that many of us suffer from the fear of technology. Poor management improves them, okay, handling a big class, laziness. We want to do things the same way. That some of us may lack digital literacy, but that is not a problem. When we bought our smartphones or even the phones themselves, we didn't go to school to learn how to use them. We just learned by doing, kept on practicing until we became proficient. Then there's somebody who is talking about data. In fact, as soon as we post something on the WhatsApp groups, people start talking about bundles. Yet you'll find that when it comes to the social media, we spend so much time on social media and it is never a problem. But when we say make use of the internet to learn, now that issue of bundles come up. So it all depends on our priorities. Workload, no, it is not the workload. ICT should make the workload less. Okay, so these are some of the things that we're talking about. We need to be aware of as we continue making use of ICTs. And remember, we talked about the mindset. The mindset is the one that will lead to the technophobia, the one that will give us the perception that using technology makes work more difficult. but rather the truth is it makes work easier, become more efficient, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let us continue. So some of the benefits that you've already given are as follows. We've already given them, so we may not really concentrate so much on them. There is active learning and engagement during the lesson, active learning and engagement. Then we can make use of ICTs to broaden learners' knowledge, okay? So learners can be able to do a lot with what they already know and search even more information. Then we can also be able to get the most current information. And this is something that we need to look out for, dear teachers, because what is happening is that by the time you go to teach, the learners already have that knowledge. They have gone to the internet, they have read about that concept. So you as a teacher, you go and tell them this, and they're going to challenge you. But are we up to the challenge, or do we tell them, where nyamaza, where wacha ku know it all? That is the way we try to put them down, because we feel like they are challenging us. But in the reality, even in our own homes, our own children will challenge us because they already have that information. They have gotten it from the internet, and they'll tell you, if we do it this way, or this is what I read, this is what I discovered. So it is possible to come to access the latest or the current information. Okay, I will stop the slideshow so that I'm able to navigate. Okay. Then the next one is that learning becomes more effective because learners can be able to look for related information. So they're able to do something with it. You send them to the internet to go and look for information, they'll be able to look for it. Then we have talked about related information. They can be able to see the interrelationship even between concepts that are in one subject with the other subject. Then they can also be able to come up with their own knowledge. They can be able to gather, do research from various sites, various sources, and then come up with their own knowledge and even organize a discussion. Then it also allows learners to be more creative and imaginative. That learners now can become more creative and imaginative. And if you want to know that young people can be creative, look at social media, especially when it comes to comedy. I love comedy. I think I tend to spend a lot of time on comedies. And what amazes me is, how do these young people come up with these ideas? How do they put them up? And content creators, as they call themselves. And you can see that they are able to be very creative, very imaginative. And this is this is the power of ICTs, okay? So we have learned a lot about the ICT integration. We are urging you, go and start using ICTs, even if it is at an elementary level. Elementary level, it is a skill. If you want to learn, this is what I've been told. If you want to learn how to ride a bicycle, you must get onto that bicycle. Don't watch others riding the bicycle. Don't tell others to ride the bicycle. That you imagine that if they ride the bicycle, you'll also have ridden the bicycle. No, you must get onto that bicycle. First time you will fall. You pick up yourself, you dust yourself, get onto the bicycle for the next time. The third time you'll be moving very, very fast. By the time you go to the fourth time you are getting onto that bicycle, you'll be able to ride very, very fast. And then you'll be asking, oh, why was I scared of it? It is so interesting. So it's the same thing with ICT, that you must be willing to open your email. The first time you'll have a problem, even knowing how to access that email. You'll ask for assistance. Now, this is where you are asking somebody to hold the bicycle for you. Then you are there being supported, being told this is how you go to your email. Then they will show you. The next day, you'll try to do it on your own, and you may find that you are still not very proficient. What you do is you still seek assistance. Maybe that time it is the keying of the password that is a problem. And after you have now known the mistake that you are making, why you are not able to access, it keeps on telling you wrong password. Then third time, you'll be able to log in by yourself. The fourth time, you'll be wondering, why did I think it was difficult? And let us embrace ICTs. And we've been told, if we have been able to embrace ICTs in our personal lives, why not in the teaching and learning process? So we want to move on to the last section, and we want to look at inclusive education. We want to look at inclusive education. And for this one, I want you to take screenshots. I want you to take screenshots of this, because we are going to do it in group work. So you can see that picture. Okay. Or maybe the next one is the one that we'll do in group work, because we really want to do some group work. This one we do it on the chart, mainly because of the picture that it is that you need to look at. So you can see different types of animals. Hata zingine sijaiona. Okay, I can see the seal, I can see the dog, I can see the monkey, I can see the elephant, and I can also see the bird. And we are looking at the selection system. And it states, this is our education system. Everybody is a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. Everybody is a genius. Everybody has potential. But if we are going to judge the potential of that learner by asking them to get an A grade in mathematics, in the sciences, and you don't test them in music, then they will grow up believing that they are stupid. Is this true of our education system? Is it true? We can make use of the chart. The person seated is the person who is talking, who is giving the selection. Wewe mwalimu ndiye uko hapo kwa kiti. Na unaambia the elephant to climb the tree. You are telling the fish to climb the tree. Naona mwalimu vile we do the assessment. You want to test the ability to climb the tree. And you are telling the fish, you are telling the bird, you are telling the monkey, you are telling the elephant. Then, because the elephant, by its very nature, will not be able to climb the tree, what do we say? You are stupid, you stupid elephant, go away. Why can't you climb the tree as well as the bird? So the bird will get excellent, excellent. And the elephant and the fish, tell them foolish. Pull up your socks. Pull up your socks. This is the way our education system is. Now, we want to respond to some questions. And we are asking, what is your understanding of the following terms? Now, based on this picture, what we've just discussed, okay? What is your understanding of the following terms? Equality, equity, and fairness. Equality, equity, and fairness. Let us start with equality. What is your understanding of equality? Okay. Okay. We are asking, what is the meaning of equality, equity, and fairness. What is your understanding? Please don't Google. When we say that we want equality, yes, that you are subjecting all the learners to the same experience. Okay, treating all the same. Okay, treating the same, no discrimination. So exam yote munapeana the same. Then we say we want to treat you equally, treating everybody the same, being at the same level. Okay, so you can see same treatment. Then we say that is equality. Now let's go to equity. At least now we understand what equality is, or the meaning of equality. What about equity? Justice. Okay, just now we are on equity. Taking all learners the same. Equity is justice. Equity is fairness. And what does it mean when we say that we want to be fair? Fairness. Okay. Fair treatment. What is that fair treatment? When we say that we are being fair to learners, is it by treating them equally? When we give them the same exam, are we being fair to them without discrimination? Yeah? Avoid discrimination. Is that fairness? Moderate. Eh? Being treated with dignity, allowing each person to achieve their potential. Fairness is not, does that mean there is no discrimination? Like this one, this assessment, is it fair? This assessment of climbing the tree, is there equity? When you tell the bird and the elephant that you want to assess them, are you being fair to the elephant? Okay, those are some of the things that we want to start thinking about as we think about inclusive learning. So in inclusive learning, you are in class, the learners are in class. You are giving them the same activities. You are giving them equal treatment. You expect them to get a pass mark of 75. Are you being fair? Are your students the same? Do we have birds in your class? Do we have elephants in your class? Do we have fish in your class that may not be able to do that assignment? But if they are given a different assignment, for example, if it is the fish, why don't you gauge its ability to swim instead of its ability to climb the tree? Okay, I think now we at least we have an idea of what fairness, the difference between equality, equity, and fairness. Equity simply means acknowledging the differences that exist among us, taking that into consideration as you make a decision. That when we talk about equality, you want to assume that you have a homogeneous group. But when we talk about equity and fairness, we are simply saying that we do not have a homogeneous group. Like parents, I don't know whether we still do it. When you compare your children, the firstborn and the secondborn, you expect that the firstborn is always supposed to be leading the secondborn. So you're always comparing his performance with that of the secondborn. Then you tell them, how can you be defeated? How can you get a poorer grade than your younger brother or sister? Is that fair? Why do you want to treat them the same? Equity and fairness. For example, as a mother, I want to serve my children food. How am I going to serve them? Am I going to serve them equally or fairly? Will I serve them equally or fairly? Yes, fairness is giving one what he or she deserves. There is favorism based on certain factors, giving what somebody deserves. Like I have talked about when we are serving food to your children. You'll find that the older one, based on their needs, they need more food. So you're going to give them a larger serving than the younger one, who is still growing. And then once you do that, then you say that you have been fair. But equality would mean that you all give them the same portions, equal portions. Then you say that there is a lot of unfairness because this young one does not require as much as the older one. So you as a parent who is doing the serving, you're not being fair to your children, although you are treating them equally, yet their needs are different. So what we are emphasizing on, especially when we talk about fairness, is getting to understand the needs of the person, getting to understand the needs of our learners. Then try to come up with learning activities, assessments that those needs. Like we have already talked about the various types of intelligence. You'll find that a learner who is not good in mathematics will be very good in art. So how do you take care of those differences so that we say that there is equity and fairness, rather than forcing them to all do maths? Yet some of them do not have that kind of logical intelligence. Let us take the example of when we go to hospitals, when we go to see a doctor. Are we treated equally or fairly? Are we treated equally or fairly? Equality would mean that for me, I go with my aching back. I am given a certain kind of treatment. The other person who comes, and the next patient who will get in to see the doctor, he will come with a toothache. Because we want equality, he'll also be treated like the person who had a backache. Then we say that there is equality. But what we want is fairness, that the doctor will take time to listen to what my need is, what my illness is, and then give me the appropriate treatment. There, I have been treated fairly or I have been mistreated in a just way. If you put people and you imagine all patients are the same, all children are the same, then we say that there is a lot of unfairness. Okay? So now we move on to the next one. Identify learning situations where learners are treated unequally instead of equally. Identify situations where you treat your learners unequally instead of equally. Let's see those situations. Situations where you've had exams. Yes, exams, setting pass mark for your class. So you are treating them unequally? No. You are treating them equally instead of unequally. Grading, exams, seating arrangement. So you will tell the tallest to go to the back, or you just don't consider their needs, yet there is somebody who has a problem with their vision. Okay, the same tasks, when you give them same tasks. Okay. So you can see that sometimes we should treat learners fairly. We want to differentiate the way we treat them based on their needs. There are other times when we need to treat them equally. For example, we are talking about when you are serving them food, the learners, you serve them food. Are you going to now differentiate them and you tell them that even in class, I don't know. You You've talked about sports competition, and so many others, ignoring discipline. You want to treat them equally. Yet these learners have different needs. What is causing indiscipline may be different. Okay, practical time that you'll go and say that this practical is going to take 40 minutes. There is one who needs 60 minutes for them to be able to understand. When we are rewarding learners, that we want to reward the ones with the highest scores, and we give them this spectacle that we see with you teachers, because it is you teachers. In fact, it is about to catch up with the secondary school teachers. We witnessed it with the primary ones when the KCPE results were released. You are there carrying students and celebrating their performance, telling them, oh, you are very good because you got over 400. Our school got that. But do we ever think of those who did not make it to that pass mark by the school? Does it mean that they did not work hard? Do we treat them fairly? And this is why you'll find that even some of our parents, the parents in our schools, some of our neighbors, because of that celebration that is so unfair, if you ask them, how many points did your child attain? They'll tell you, hatujaangalia. Because you've made them ashamed instead of appreciating that this student did their best. They attained this. We need to celebrate them as we are celebrating those that got over 400 points. And you see them being like they are celebrities. They are the ones who, that was according to their ability. They had the ability to score over 400 points. There is another one who only had the ability to score 180 points. Should we also celebrate them? Should we commend them? If they had not worked hard, they would have gotten below 100 points. So should we celebrate them? So these are some of the things that we now need to start asking ourselves. Are we inclusive in our practices? Are we inclusive? So you can see the ease and such that the questions, you can look at the chat and look at what people are saying. And then the question is, what is the impact of such unfair treatment on students' learning? I work very hard in mathematics. I work very hard in the sciences. And then I cannot get over 50%. Then the only thing that you, as my teacher, you tell me is pull up your socks. And sometimes I don't even have those socks. Pull up your socks. I become demoralized. I become frustrated. I have low esteem. I carry with a label of failure wherever I go. I become rebellious. I become withdrawn. And this is why we are even seeing people, learners, committing suicide. Because we have not been able to meet their needs. We assumed that they were all beans in a container and did not try to look at their differences so that we try to meet those differences. So I think from that explanation, especially by observing this picture, at least we have an idea of what is inclusive learning. What is inclusive learning? You can see what is happening. They just block. They come to your class, they just block. They're not interested. Low self-esteem. That student who sits there, you can even see their way their shoulders are so, they're sagged forward. They can't sit upright. That is a sign of low self-esteem. They cannot speak properly. Some of them even stutter, they stammer because of that low self-esteem, because they have been treated unfairly. They have been treated unfairly. we did not try to meet their needs. We want to move on. Remember, it is on inclusive learning. We are looking at inclusive learning. I want to end the show so that I'm able to navigate. Okay. Now, we say inclusive education is about looking for ways our schools, our classrooms, our programs and lessons are designed so that all children can participate and learn. The way we design our schools, our classrooms, the learning programs in the school, the way you design your lesson, do we ensure that all learners can participate and learn? So inclusion is about finding different ways of teaching so that the classroom actively involves all the children, that we do not leave out any child. That is what inclusive learning is all about. Looking for different ways of taking care of that time taker. Remember, we say that they're not slow learners. We no longer refer to them as slow learners. How do we take care of them? Okay. It also means that as teachers, we must develop friendships, relationships, mutual respect amongst the children that we have in our classrooms, amongst the learners that we have in our classrooms. That learners understand that they are different and they embrace those differences. Teachers understand that learners are different and we embrace those differences. So inclusion is a philosophy. It is a philosophy, it is a belief, and it is based on the belief that all learners should be respected for their unique capabilities. All learners should be respected. All children should be respected for their unique capabilities and should be an integral part of learning within the regular classroom. So they should be integrated in a regular classroom, not isolated to a special unit, not put in a corner and told that for you, you are slow learners and therefore we'll be dealing with low learners. And this is a very common phenomenon in our classrooms. And maybe as teachers, we are all guilty of this, that when you go to class, you address a certain group of learners who will give you good grades. Questions, you only ask certain students and never others, because you know that the good grades are going to come from that. The extra work you give to those learners. And the others, in fact, it is like they are ignored. So they are on their own while you concentrate on certain learners. But that is not an inclusive learning environment. I think that in an inclusive learning environment, we need to embrace the diversity that our learners have. Once we do that, we respect them and try to look at how we can cater for their unique capabilities. We believe that all learners have some potential. And like the CBC mission, we say no learner left behind, that we need to take care of all the learners, no learner, or taking care of every learner's potential, no learner left behind, that we want to ensure that we embrace all the learners because they are unique, they are different, and they all deserve to learn, okay? So inclusion ensures equitable access to learning for those learners identified with special needs and require necessary resources to support their learning with other learners. So as a teacher, you'll identify who are those learners with special needs. And special needs does not necessarily mean that one is an SNE. It could be a special need that they need special attention in your subject or in a concept, okay? And we find that when we place our learners in separate learning environments because of their abilities, then we say that we are not practicing inclusive education. we don't have inclusiveness. We don't have inclusion. Inclusion means that all learners, whether they have special needs or whether they are regular, I don't know whether there is anyone who is regular, because regular implies that the others are irregular, should all be in the same learning environment. And this is a philosophy that actually advocates for no special schools, that instead we need to have integrated schools, schools where we find all learners environment. So we are talking about creating a common learning environment, an educational setting where students from different backgrounds, with different abilities, learn together in an inclusive learning environment. So we can look at that picture. And look at the illustration of equality and equity. Equality and equity. Okay, so equality simply means having or according each learner the same treatment. So these are 3 learners who are different in terms of height. 3 learners who are different in terms of height. So you have given them equal treatment. You have gone to class and you have lectured. Okay, you have lectured the whole time, or you have even given them an activity, the same activity. So for one, the tall one, you can see he's really benefiting. He even has more height than he requires. So him, he has really understood. He has no problem. The second one is okay. He's not very tall, so he's comfortable. But there are certain, he's okay. But the third one, you can see where he is. He has not seen anything. He has not benefited at all from the football match. So he is really struggling. He's trying to look through the cracks and he's not seeing anything. So only 2 people, 2 of your learners are benefiting from whatever activity is going on. So you are treating them equally. Let me come to equity, fairness. So you can see what happens, that you have now withdrawn the box from the first one who does not need it. You have given it to the third one who needs it. Then the second one is okay. So there you don't do anything. And if you look at all of them, they can now be able to benefit from watching the match. So if you look at it, you say that maybe the first one is not being given his due, but he doesn't need it. There are certain students, you give them work and they will do it perfectly. So they don't need a lot of attention. But there is that short input, a very short one, and height we are just using as a difference, we really need a lot of your attention. So you need to even take some of the time from the third one. Give that time, that attention, you give it to the third one so that they can be able to benefit from your teaching. So I hope this one illustrates clearly the difference between equality and equity. So in our classrooms, we want fairness. We want fairness. We want equity so that every learner is able to watch the match that is going on. Every learner is able to achieve the learning outcomes that you set out to achieve. Okay, so we want to move on to the next one, and this is an activity. This is an activity. This is an activity. There is somebody who says that this is a community of survival for the fittest. Yes, and one way of addressing the evils that we have in our society is through the education system. Okay, we start interrogating, we start asking ourselves, is it right? What can we do about it? Especially the competition that we have in our society. So I want us to we still have some time. I want us to take a screenshot of this activity. Okay. We have three pictures, and we want you to get into our groups. We'll put you into six groups. Then you are supposed to tell us to identify the kind of education approach that is illustrated in each of the pictures. And then the next one is you identify situations when the approaches are used in a classroom situation. Okay? Concentrate on the blue and then the other colors. Blue and colors. Okay? So I will create the groups. Have you taken a screenshot? Have you taken a screenshot? I want us to discuss it in our groups. I hope you've taken a screenshot of that. I want to put you in groups. And I'm going to create 6 of them. Okay. So once again, once you go to the group, make sure that you get a leader and we start discussions immediately, please. I'm going to give you just 7 minutes. In fact, 7 minutes may be too much. Okay, 7 minutes. Okay, just 7 minutes. And now I am opening all the rooms. So accept the prompt that will come to your screen, and then we move to those groups. Okay, how to access the group? Check on your screen. A prompt will come. A message will come, you accept. You just accept. Remember, we said you discuss. I hope some of you have taken that, the screenshot of the activity. Okay, let's move and start the assignment immediately. Let's have fewer people in the plenary. We still have very many people in plenary. We don't want many people. We want people to go and do the work. Remember, it's group work. We want diversity of activities. Isichoke kuongea sana. Mr. Choga is not able to pay me again because of the power problem that he had. Okay, we have 50 people in the plenary. Yeah. So we want, I'm going to unmute to allow you to unmute yourselves, but please let's control ourselves. Okay. So the plenary group, who wants to be the leader? Remember, I cannot be the facilitator and a group leader. So one of you must volunteer. Maggie. Okay, who can be a group, who will be the group leader very fast? And if you're not cooperative, me or go to the other group. Mwache. Mungedhi hapa mpaka wao wengine warudi. Or do we say that these are the people who switched, who logged in and then they left? Because they are not talking, you are not talking. Mi naona watu tu. Naona Galaxy, naona Itel.
Hello.
Yes, Maggie.
Yeah.
Okay, be the group leader, please.
It's okay.
Okay. Members, you can be able to unmute yourselves. Don't unmute yourself unless you're speaking. And Maggie will be your group leader. Please, very fast, Maggie.
Hello, members. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Felix.
Yes, how are you?
I'm good. I think you can be our secretary.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you. Can't do that.
Yeah, you can be our secretary. So can we start?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So you got the question. Can you read for us the question, please? Or Grace. Hello.
Well, Maggie, when you are alone with Felix?
Like I'm alone here.
Wengine walienda kitambo.
Kama watu wamepa.
Wananyamaza wasiongee, or take a screenshot of everybody who is keeping quiet.
Okay, let me read the question.
Yeah, please kindly.
Study the picture on the left and identify the kind of indication approach illustrated.
Yes.
Then the second part, identify situations when the approaches are used in a classroom situation.
Yes.
And I was just wondering whether we are going to state for each, because I can see 4 of them.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering if we are going to state for each of the 4 separately.
Yeah, I think we are going to tackle each, the 4 of them.
Okay.
Yeah. So can we start with the first one?
Okay. Okay.
Hello, Charlene.
Okay, what are some of the educational approaches that we have? Examples of the approaches? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm asking. What are some of the approaches that we have? So that we can by each approach to the picture.
So for example, in the first picture.
Hello.
Hello.
I think what she's asking is, we first, which are the approaches? Then we match them with the pictures. We name the approaches first. Then we match the pictures. Now, after saying we have maybe 1, 2, 3 approaches, then now we go to the pictures and match them.
Okay. Are we talking about the learner-centered approaches, like a cooperative learning, group discussion? Hello.
I think we need also to bring the idea of this equity equality. There was equity and the equality.
Hello? Equality, then
There was
Hello?
equality, equity.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we are naming some of the approaches. Yeah.
The others are coming back before you even discuss.
Hello?
Hello.
Let's match. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. We are back.
You are back.
Yes.
Yes.
So we have said first, we name the approaches first.
The first approach.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe, okay. Let me look at
The first one.
Is equal education. The second
excuse
one,
me.
equity.
Yes.
So the participants.
Can we name the approaches first, please?
Where are the citizens of the group? Okay, I think. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Hello.
We have like bits of experiment.
Those who are babysitting, can you take care of us?
Okay, now I think everybody is back, although there are still some who are coming back. The people who are in plenary, you are not doing very well. Because it says that if you don't get a prompt or there is interruption with your internet, that it is important that you get to know that you have been thrown out or you did not get the prompt. So we quickly form a class within the plenary and we start discussing. But you are taking too long, and I'm tempted to believe that many of you, you logged into the Zoom and then you left. So we are just seeing your name here, but you are physically not in class. But there are a few people like Maggie, Felix, and Julius were in class, and I want to commend them for making an attempt. Now, we want to share the screen once again. Let me share the screen so that we see these learning approaches that we are talking about. Then we ask ourselves, what do they represent? Okay, so we have the first one. We have the first learning approach, group 1. What did you say about it? What did you say about the first one? What does it represent? You can put up your hand. Group 1. Group 1, kwani mulienda lunch? Okay, group 2. Okay, which group I was able to identify this approach? Which group was able to identify? Any group? Okay, oh, sorry. I can see your hands are up. Anastasia, you can unmute yourself.
In group 6, say that first is the lecture method.
It is the lecture method. Okay, so lecture method. The lecture method, you are only speaking to a few learners. While anybody who is not able to benefit from that method is left out. Remember, the circle is the boundary. So you can see there are very many who have been locked out. They're not benefiting from the learning.
Yes, that is.
Okay, thank you. So what do we call that approach? What are you doing? You are segregating. Segregation, isn't it? Discrimination, you are segregating. You are saying, Nyinyi, if you are not able to follow, it is up to you. We just leave you out and we continue. Okay, thank you, group 1. Okay, group 2.
That was group 6, madam.
That was group 6.
Yes.
Any other group that had a different view? Any other group? Okay, Sibia, you have something to say about the first picture?
With the first picture, hello?
Yes,
it's like that's a class. It's a class where learners of different abilities, they are in the same class, but when the teacher is maybe teaching, he's only interested in the learners who are maybe who are capable, not minding of others who have different learning disabilities in a particular area. He or she is not catering for them. He has left them out. Yes, that's
okay,
what we.
Thank you. Thank you. And what about the next one? Thank you, Sibia. What about the next one? This one.
Yes, the next one. It's like the teacher. That's a school where they have a unit. Where they have a unit where they have put the learners in different rooms. Maybe the other ones in yellow and gray. They are in a different unit. They have been segregated. They have been aside. They are being taught by maybe a different teacher in a different environment. They are not being included in the normal classroom.
Okay.
That's what. Yes.
So, okay, thank you, Sibia. So you are saying that the first one, sorry, I said it's segregation. The first one, we call it exclusion. You are excluding all these.
Yes, we excluded the other ones that are with the
Okay,
but
and
the
this one you have said it.
They have been segregated. They're totally out of the classroom. It's like they.
So you can even tell them, go and do your own thing.
Different. So you want to do your own things in your own class with your own teacher, with your own capability. Yes.
Okay, I hope we are hearing that. Okay, so this one is you are segregating. Okay, and then the third one, this one. And the third one, where my cursor is?
That one. Yes, there.
Maybe we can ask somebody else to assist.
It's like they're in the same class, but when, yes.
Yeah, continue.
Yes, it's like maybe the teacher is putting them in the same class, but when he's teaching them or tutoring them,
yes. Sibia seems to be lost.
Interested mostly with this who are capable. But I think, but when they start emphasizing more on the learners who are getting.
Okay, so thank you, Sibia. Okay, Paris, you can unmute.
Okay, the third picture. The learners are integrated in the class, but still we can see some they are not fully participating in the class. But the last picture we can see all the learners are equally participating, so that it is an inclusive class. There is no.
And then the last one we say different methods, but which
are catered for.
Sibia, thank you. Thank you, Sibia. Okay. Yes, Paris. That is very correct. That in this one, in the third one, this is the third one where my cursor is. We are saying that yes, you have told the students come to class. You know, in the first one, in the first picture, they were left out, they were secluded. Wale mnaambia endeni mtafute mashule ingine, si ndio? And then mtafute mashule ingine. This is our pass mark. Or you cannot benefit from this school because you have a special need. The second one, yes, you have invited them, as you've been told, you have allowed them to come to school, but you're telling them, no. You know, you cannot be put together with our regular. And remember, we asked ourselves, when we talk about regular, does it imply that the others are irregular? So you'll put them together, you'll have streams, different streams. There is stream A, B, and C. So A has the best, B has the average. C, you tell them you'll be learning on your own and you concentrate on the A. So the others who may not benefit from your approaches, you set them aside, okay? You segregate them. You have told them come to school, but you cannot learn together with the others. And then we have the next one, and we've been told by Paris that now you have invited them to school, to the classroom. You have invited them to school, you have included them in the classroom, but you put them in a corner. You put them in a corner. So they are not mixing with the others. You are trying to integrate them, but your integration efforts, meaning that even as you teach in class, you do not want them to benefit from the learning that they are going through. Then Paris has also told us, I am mainly being public in the interest of time, Paris has told us that if you look at the last one, you can see that the colors are all distributed. All the colors are well distributed in the school. We do not have some that are being set aside. So as he said, we say that this is an inclusive classroom. So your work as a teacher is to identify the needs of these learners so that you're able to cater for them within that inclusive classroom. So in our learning environment, our current learning environment, we may not have the exclusion. And you can also think, let's not just think about learners. We can also think about learners with special needs. Learners with special needs, in most cases, you'll find that they have been excluded. So a parent will come to a school and say they want your child to join they want their child to join the school. And for you, after you assess the learner, you say, no, I think we cannot have you in our school. This is where you'll also ask for their performance. You look at their progress reports and you say that you want to see the progress reports for a number of terms. If, for example, they do not meet the requirements, the cutoff point, you say, no, you cannot join our school. Then the second one, so we call it exclusion. You can exclude learners who are different, excluding them. You lock them out of the learning environment. Then we have the next one, as we've been told. Here, you tell them, come to school, but remember, you are going to have a special unit. So you put them in a special unit where they learn on their own, where they never interact. All the learners never interact. So the learners in the special unit are on their own. The learners who are said to be regular are also on their own. So they're going through different learning experiences. So that is segregation. Kama wale watoto, if you have a child with special needs, they never interact with your other children. So for them, you're always locking them. They are in the house, but they're in their own house. Or they are in their own room. They're in their own corner. You are telling them, we do not want you to come and mess up with the others. So you stay in your room. We will come and feed you there. Okay. Then in the next one, you see the third one. There is somebody who, whatever is on, I don't know, is irritating. I wish Aquila you could mute that one for me. In the next one, you are saying, yes, just come to school. But you find that you're only concentrating on those who have certain abilities. So they are still being left out. They're in the classroom, but you're not taking care of their needs. You want to put them in a corner and forget about them. These are the ones who perform very poorly in mathematics. And because they seem to be dragging the others, I'm using mathematics as an example, because they seem to be dragging the others, you put them in their corner and somehow say, let's concentrate on the others. These are the ones who give us the good grades. Okay. Then the last one, so this one, we call it what? Integration. This is integration. You have integrated them, but they are not fully feeling like they are part of the classroom. Inclusion, you can see their well, even when they are sitting, they don't sit on their own. They sit together, they interact with the others, they learn together, they play together. So everything that they do, and you as a teacher, you try to look for situations, you try to look for approaches that will be suitable for all the learners with the different learning needs in your class. Okay, and now this is just an explanation of what we have been saying. Okay, we have exclusion, we have segregation, we have integration, we have inclusion. And generally would say that our aim is to have inclusive classrooms. This is why we are learning about inclusive classrooms. How can we make our learning more inclusive? How can we ensure that our learning environments are inclusive? How can we ensure that we are not leaving out any learner behind? And this is of importance in view of the importance that is being put on ensuring that we take care of all the needs of our learners, that we cannot afford to just leave out a few people and we imagine that they will be okay, we can hide them away. No, we are saying bring them to school, and it is up to the school administration to look for ways of taking care of their needs. I want to post the registration link so that we are just about to finish. Okay, I think I'm now there. Okay. So what is it that we have learned from these pictures? What is it that we have learned from these pictures? Your hands are, 4 hands are raised. Yes, so we can use the chat. What is it that we have learned from these pictures? Or the 4 approaches? Is it something that we do in class? 4 types, yes. Is it something that we usually do in class? You can see types of classrooms. Okay. Remember, we are saying that right now, don't talk about the numbers. We are talking about ensuring that everybody learns. It doesn't matter what number that you may be having. Everybody, we need to give them a chance to also learn so that everybody can be able to achieve their potential. And this is what CBC is all about. That it's not a matter of question is equity and inclusive. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you for that. Now we can add by saying that as teachers, we need to learn how to create inclusive learning environments as much as possible. Okay, that we aim at ensuring that learners with different learning abilities, different potentials can learn within a common learning environment. That we stop just catering for the regular, that we think of the various differences, various abilities, various potentials that the learners have. Then we aim at meeting those needs. So you can look at that illustration of that picture, that learners who are different, different religious backgrounds, different socioeconomic backgrounds, different learning abilities, you put them together and we learn how to cater for them. Right now, you may find that in our country, we are, or even we as teachers, we have not really been prepared to handle inclusive learning environments. And this is why we are having TPD in the first place. This is why we are having CBC, because we are saying that this is the way to go. We cannot afford to lock our children or put them, segregate them, or even put them, setting them aside and saying that they are going to learn on their own. We have to look at, after they go through school, what will be expected of them. They'll be expected to live in a normal society where we have people of different capabilities, differences, and so on and so forth. So if we segregate them, how are they going to fit in that society? Then even we ourselves, the so-called regular, if we do not learn with those with special needs, when they come to the society, do we know how to treat them? Do we know how to treat them? Do we know what kind of treatment they deserve? So thank you so much for that. Now, unless there is a worrying concern, okay, a worrying concern, I want us to move on. I have also posted the link for attendance, so you can click on it and fill it. Now, we want to do group processing. Group processing, we'll also do it on the chat. And in group processing, we want to know your experience in the group work. If you did not participate, you say you did not participate. It is just that we want something sincere. So we want you to think of one thing that each did well and that contributed to the success of your group. One thing that you did well and that contributed to the success of your group. And we want the answers on the chat. What is it that you did well? What was your contribution? Okay. What was your contribution to the group? We have had 2 group activities. What was your contribution? Let's see the answers, please. Participate today, participation, you are limited. Okay, purity, I like your sincerity. Any other person who contributed in any way to the group? You are the secretary, you are answering the quiz, good, that is good. Okay, actively participated, even in the chat. This is still a group, participated in the discussion. I chaired, good. Okay, I was the secretary to group 3. I was secretary to group 2 in interpretation of the diagrams, participated, made contributions, prayed in the morning. Oh, good. Even that one was still something. I chaired. Okay, chaired a group. Sioni mtu anabaya anasema, even those who are in primary who did not do anything, they are not saying that they did not participate apart from purity. Okay, those who made noise for us, the ones who are unmuted, we want to see. So they apologize. Okay, then let's move on to the next question. What one thing that you have learned today. One thing that you have learned today. One thing that you have learned today. Let's now go to the next question. One thing that I've learned today, especially from the group work. Remember, we are on group processing. What you have learned from the group work, answered questions to embrace ICTs. Remember, we are in the group work. What have you learned from the group work? Contributed, the ICT part, participated about ICT, okay? Passive participant, but it is okay. Next time, I'm sure you'll pull up your socks if you have some, or I should not say that, maybe for you, you are an person. Okay, benefits of ICT to teaching. Okay, now the next question is, one thing I have contributed to the group. One thing that I've contributed to the group. How did you contribute to the group? Okay. Importance of ICT. Remember, it is a group. How you contributed to the group. You can even say that for you, you remained muted. You did not disturb the class. You contributed, isn't it? You can say that you also ensured that you read the charts. That was your contribution. Okay, now we move on to the last activity. This is the very last activity. We want to do reflections for the day. Reflections for the day. Remember, we've been learning about Gardner's multiple intelligence theory, learner-centered approaches, ICT integration, and inclusive learning. And we want to indicate on the chart what I learned. And we shall start by, I learned that. I learned that. I learned that. Remember, these are reflections for the day, not the ones that are going to be graded. Just a reflection of just like you are supposed to reflect after each lesson. Okay. How to handle different learners with different needs. I aired my views. Now we have this question of reflections. I learned that. I learned ICT makes class lively. I was a member, that is for group processing. I learned, okay. I learned about equity. Okay, good, that is good. Okay, and you can see we've learned a lot. Okay, interaction, inclusion, equity, by listening. Okay, importance of ICT. Okay, and there's so much that you have learned. Okay, now we move on to the last question. I need to learn more about. Are there certain things that you want to learn more about? I need to learn more about. Let us respond to this. ICT. Okay, we are still on that. ICT. Importance of ICT. Now we are on the last question. I need to learn more about ICT. Okay. We all want to learn more about ICT. Okay. Okay, the 8 intelligences. Okay. So most of you are saying that you want to learn more about ICT. TPAC model and how to use it. Okay. I can see there is somebody who is talking about inclusion, methods of integrating ICT. So generally, it has been noted that there is a need for more learning about ICT, and we're hoping that even in the next module, you'll be able to learn more about it. Okay, and with that, I think we have come to the end of our learning today. Okay, we have come to the end of learning today. We have an extended learning activity here, and I want you to take screenshots. I want you to take screenshots of the extended learning. And remember, extended learning is supposed to be done in the afternoon. Okay, So we want you to read more about inclusive learning approaches. Okay, once you read more about it, you are going to tell us good practices and identify categories of learners who may have not fully benefited from learning. And then from what you've learned about inclusive learning approaches, identify learning approaches that would be suitable for these categories of learners. Then you can record, you can do your recordings on your reflective journal. Okay, but we say that for the time being, the reflections that are supposed to be graded may not be possible until you are through with the chapter. And I think from today you can, since we are through with the CBC and inclusive learning. So that brings us to the end of the lesson. I want to thank each and every one of you for your active participation. Being the first time that you are learning, I think you are quite impressive. I have enjoyed taking you through this session, and we hope for another meeting. But once again, please do not delay in filling your reflective journals and even undertaking the activities. As we said, the activities that we'll take, and they are all going to help in understanding the concepts. Sawa sawa. So who will pray for us? Who will pray for us? Emily Mwene. I think it's a gentleman who prayed for us in the morning, or was it? Okay, let me ask Thomas Mutiso. Thomas Mutiso, pray for us, please.
Thank you. Before I pray, I ask that you share the numbers. Yes, before I pray, I was asking you to share the number of those who can assist us log into the virtual campus. Some of us have not been successful, even after logging in the correct password and username.
Okay, maybe you have not been enrolled.
Okay.
Okay, maybe you've not been enrolled.
Okay.
But I think, I don't know whether Aquila is here. Aquila, can you share your number? Because he's one of the technical people who can help you. Maybe you can share your number on the chat.
That is Aquila to share.
He'll share. You'll see his number. There are also others, so that he's not overwhelmed. And
okay.
Ask the coordinator. There's also somebody who helps you with the group. There is a group admin who helps in the management of the group. They can also assist you in accessing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can note Aquila's number. He's amongst the 5 that I talked about. So
okay.
who will pray for us? Thomas.
Okay, let us pray. We come to you, Heavenly Father. We thank because you have given us the day. It was a successful one. Thank you for the facilitation and giving us the capability to understand what was being taught us. We thank you for the remaining part of the day. We pray that you take care of us until we meet tomorrow in this forum. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, good people. There are people whose hands are up. Maybe we can try to see what their problem is as the others log out.
Amen.
So tuonaneni kesho. Tulisema amen long time. Nikaendelea kuongea. So asanteni sana. Have a good afternoon.
Hello.
And enjoy your holiday. You are lucky you are still on holiday.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, we have problems joining the WhatsApp.
Sorry?
WhatsApp group. Kindly, we are not able to access the WhatsApp group for this cohort.
Well, we are from which county?
Homa Bay.
Homa Bay, each county has its own WhatsApp group.
And I've not been put in any. Kindly assist me.
Who gave you? How did you get the link?
I got the link through Mr. Rado.
Yes, who is Mr. Rando?
Is from Homa Bay County.
Okay, tell him to give you the number coordinator. Tell him to give you the number of the Homa Bay coordinator.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Admins are the coordinators.
Please, I've not sent the link.
And what about this e-journal? I've also not been able to create the portfolio, that is.
When did you register? When did you pay the registration fee?
That was last week.
Yes, that's why you have not been enrolled on the e-learning platform, the learning management system.
Yes.
So hopefully by the end of this week, they'll be through with that. They'll be through with the enrollment so that we can all be able to access. So just be patient. That's why I was asking you when you enrolled, when you paid for registration. Okay, any other question? Any other concern?
Hello.
Yes.
I did not attend the sessions for the past 2 days because I got the message yesterday. So what happened?
Yes, you did.
I'm saying I did not attend the sessions for the past 2 days. So what happened?
It is okay. Okay, let me say this. This is adult learning.
Email.
I say it.
Yes.
In adult learning, learning is your responsibility. Nobody will follow you up. Hata ukitaka kuja, you log into Zoom and then you disappear, it is up to you. That is what learning, adult learning is all about. However, for you to complete the course, you still meet the requirements just like everybody else. Okay? So you'll be expected to do all the assignments. And that is the time you start saying, I missed. And there is nobody, because I cannot take you through all the sessions. So there is nothing wrong. Once you miss the class, just like even in your situation in school, once you miss the class, what do you tell the student? Once a student misses the class, what do you tell them? You tell them to catch up. The notes will be on the learning management system. Uende usome, ufanye activities. You can also get in touch with your county coordinator so that they're able to assist you. So there is nothing wrong if you missed yesterday, but would encourage you because being with others is better. The learning experiences that we've gone through, they're not going to be on the learning management system. The responses that have been given by people here, you will not find them on the learning management system. You can only experience it together with the others. So you understand better. But if for one reason or the other, being an adult, you may be having other responsibilities, it is not like you are going to be penalized. But now it becomes your responsibility to go and read on your own and understand. And also engage your peers in case there is something that you don't understand. Sawa sawa. Judith. Okay. Any other concern? Okay. Judith, I think it was you that I was speaking. You can unmute.
Yes, I hear you, Jane. Purity, I'm very grateful.
Okay, now you understand.
Yes, I
just
do.
try to catch up.
Thank
There are no penalties for adult learning.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we go to Vivo Y21. This must be your phone. Unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
And if you have already addressed an issue, please don't ask again.
Yes, mine is just to ask about how am I going to log into the LMS?
Are you there on Tuesday?
Yeah, I was there, but I
class?
tried, but it failed.
Okay, that's what we think. You be patient. You be patient so that you are all enrolled on the LMS.
Yes.
Yes, just be patient. By the end of this week, we are hoping that everybody will be able to access.
Okay, thank you so much, madam.
Okay, karibu.
Thank you.
Okay, now who is the next one? If it is about LMS, don't worry about it. We say that give the group that is working on enrolling you time. Okay, Evelyn or Riyama, you can unmute. If it is not on the LMS, you can unmute Evelyn.
Okay, hello.
Yes.
Now, today, I was not able to fill the attendance register. I don't know if it was only on my side
it is
or it
there.
is for everybody. Sorry?
Just go to the chat and fill it.
It is not going through. It is there, but I've tried and it's not going through. Yes.
Do this.
Okay.
Copy that link.
Yes.
And then once you exit the meeting, you try to fill it.
Okay, thank you.
Just copy it. Yeah. You see whether it will work. Just copy it somewhere.
Okay.
Copy and paste it somewhere. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody who also has a problem with registering for today's session? It could be the same issue. So you copy and paste it, then you can fill it after you exit the class. Okay. Geoffrey Kebati. Geoffrey, you can unmute yourself. Geoffrey?
Yes, thank you. It was a similar issue. As I wanted to sign the class register for today's class, I was requested to sign in. Now, this is the first time I'm doing it. I don't know which email, which credentials do I use? The LMS ones or different ones?
That is a Google form.
Yeah.
It's a Google form.
Yeah.
So you sign in into a Gmail account.
So I use Google account.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay, Samuel, you can unmute. Samuel? 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 Okay. Techno Mobile. How do you call yourself by the name of a phone? Unmute, Techno. Okay, Jane. Jane Koru. Jane Koru.
Madam?
Yes.
Thank you. It was a similar case of registration. So I've learned what you've said.
Okay, just raise your hand then.
Okay, thank you.
Your hand that we only attend to those who still have concerns. Okay, who is this? With a very funny whatever. Moses Ringera. Moses?
Hello? Yes, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah, I joined yesterday, but I've not registered.
Today?
No, I joined yesterday. And I've not registered. So how do I go about it?
You have not registered for the course? You have not
now,
registered where?
What does it mean by so when I joined, that is an automatic registration, or
What do you mean by what do you mean by registration?
So are there somewhere we are supposed to be signing in, or?
Okay, have you paid the 1,000?
Yes, I have.
Okay, now there's daily attendance.
Okay.
But every day when you attend a session, you register.
Yes.
So that is the one that we're talking about, and the link is sent on the chat.
Okay.
Yes, so click on the, just check on the chat, you click on the link and then you fill in your details.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Felix Kingangi? Unmute, please.
Hello.
Yes, Felix.
I have a concern, but it's of interest of time because maybe in when we're adding, I will not have time.
What's your concern, Felix?
My concern is there are times when we go for these interviews by the employer TSC, and then you ask whether you have enrolled to this TPD. Is there anything that by the end of this section you are going to provide so that in case of anything you can provide us a proof?
Don't worry. They have, as soon as you have gone through the first session, you submit the data of those who are going through the course.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, when you complete, that is the time we can give you a letter of completion.
Okay.
Yes, they will have, by the end of this session, they'll have all your details.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Cosmas, you can unmute yourself. Cosmas, unmute yourself. Okay, we can go to Alex. Alex, okay, sir. Alex, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, I have a concern about virtual platform. They are asking about username and passwords. Now, where do I get the password and the username?
Are you there on Monday? Did you attend the session on Monday?
I missed the session because I got the invitation on, I think, Wednesday. Not Wednesday, Monday.
Monday session.
No, I didn't. I did
Not
not
Monday,
attend.
Tuesday.
Or Tuesday. I did not attend because I got invitation at around 4 p.m. in the evening. So I missed it.
Mute. Samsung, you can unmute.
Hello.
Yes, please call yourself by your name.
I'm Miriam.
Yes, you just label Miriam.
Okay, I will, madam. So I still have a concern. I've been present since Monday, but I've not been able to register myself. So can I use the today's link to register myself for Tuesday and yesterday?
No, you only register once per day.
No,
The
what
link
happens
is
to the other
different. Nothing.
No, I'll be marked absent.
Yes. That is the disadvantage of technology.
Oh, and I was there and even participated as a
There is
secretary.
nothing that we can do because at the end of the day, you cannot be able to fill that form. It's per day.
Okay.
Okay, so make sure that you fill today's. Pius? Pius?
Okay.
Pius? 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 Please unmute. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Pius from West Pokot. Hello, madam.
Yes, nakusikia.
Yes, Jana, I'm Pius from West Pokot County. I was in the lesson yesterday, but now I not get that link to register for my attendance. My phone had some issues with touching. Can I be helped? Siku register Jana na nilikuwa kwa lesson.
If it is, once the day has passed, it has passed. There is nothing that you can do about it. Have you
Okay, no.
registered today?
Yeah, I've done today and I did it on Tuesday.
Yes, don't worry about that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Ikipita hata huwezi, hata mimi siwezi. Okay. Okay. Evelyn, unmute please. Evelyn. Unmute please. Evelyn. Okay, I'll move
Yeah.
Cosmos.
Eh,
Cosmos,
nada.
we have already. Nancy. Nancy.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Asking if I can be helped about the googling of the e-learning.kemi. I've tried since yesterday morning.
Please, we've said this. Let me say it just once. If it is about the virtual campus, the learning management system, give us until the end of this week, you'll be able to access. Sawa sawa.
Okay.
Anybody
So
else with an issue with the learning management system, please hold.
Okay.
Yes, until the end of the week. And then if you still have a problem accessing next week, then we can raise the issue. Sawa sawa.
Thank you.
Yes, please, Nancy. Mwalimu who? Kimani. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Nancy, Mwalimu.
Hello.
Yes.
I just wanted to get the form, but I think somebody has sent the link.
Okay, sawa sawa. You can repost it for the sake of the others.
Okay.
Cosmas, your hand is up. When I call you, you are not talking. And you have talked for long, so nataka to take a break. Cosmas, unmute, please.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
My issue is about the county coordinator. I received a message to attend these meetings via message from Kemi. So when you are talking about WhatsApp groups pertaining various counties, I'm just out. So I kindly help on how I can get access to the county coordinator, Kakamega County. Kakamega County, yes.
Okay, take this number, please.
Yes.
0722
0722
675 339.
Okay.
339, and she's Madam Grace.
Okay, thank you.
Sawa. Just get in touch with her. You can even text her. And if you want faster action, also forward the M-Pesa message for registration.
Okay. Thank you.
I think I'm tired. I've been talking since 8:30, and I want to just take a break. There is this, I can't even read it, number 11. This one who starts with number 11 reads something. We said, please call yourself your name. Don't know how to read. Okay. What is your name? Number 11. Yes.
I'm not even aware whether the name is 11.
But you can be able to see. You can be able to see your name.
I'll correct on that. I'm new in Zoom.
What is your name? What is your name?
My name is Lucia. Lucia. Yes.
You click on the three dots. Three dots at the top or bottom, and then it will give you the option of rename.
Okay.
Yes. Okay,
So My issue is about the WhatsApp. I'm in Kitui.
You're in Kitui?
I'm in Kitui. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
With the about the coordinator and then being added to the WhatsApp group.
Okay, I am the coordinator, so my number is.
I have. Are you Purity?
Yes.
Okay, I already have your number if you are the coordinator.
Okay, just make a request in writing, and then I'll send you the link.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we have Techno Mobile. Hey, kwani nyinyi watu hamtaki kwenda lunch? Techno Mobile. Techno Mobile. Techno. Okay, Musenya. 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 Unmute. Samuel. Pauline.
Hello.
Yes.
My question is how to submit the daily activities which you have been given after somebody does them.
Oh, don't worry, it's for practice.
So we don't have to submit them.
No, you'll only submit the ones that are on the learning management system once you are able to access.
Yeah.
Okay, sawa.
Fine. Because since Monday, since Tuesday, I've done them. Then I don't know.
Yeah, it's practice. It's practice. It remember it's learning us. Assessment as learning. Yeah.
It's good.
Okay, sawa.
Thank you.
Samuel, please talk. I've unmuted you. Samuel. Aitel. Hii masimu ni nyingi.
Hello, madam.
Yes,
Hello,
what
madam.
is your name? What is your name? I don't want to speak to a phone.
Okay, that's why I'm calling you. How can I change my profile to have my name instead of my phone number, please?
Okay, on your device, your gadget, where there is Zoom, you see 3 dots.
Okay.
Then you click on those 3 dots.
Which are below?
Any 3 dots, you know, it depends on the phone that you are using. You click on the 3 dots and it will give you the option of rename. It gives you the option of rename. Like now, what is your name?
I did that yesterday, but yeah, I'm Jane Oiganju.
Jane. You
Yes,
just
Jane Oiganju. Yes.
W. That's easy as this. But every day you need to, especially when you change your device. Okay? Sawa, Jane.
Because yesterday, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You don't call
Yes,
yourself by the name of a mobile phone. Okay.
Yes, now I'm happy. I'm glad.
Okay, sawa. Wewe umekuwa mtu sasa si simu. Geoffrey, Kebati.
Okay, thank you.
Geoffrey. Unmute yourself, Geoffrey.
Okay.
Geoffrey. Yes.
Thank you again. Thank you because of being patient with us. We are very troublesome and very, I may say.
So you are not troublesome, you are students.
Yeah.
Wanafunzi ni wanafunzi.
We may trouble you a lot and you've been very patient with us. So I want to thank you very much.
You are not troubling me. It's part of my work. Ni vile tu nimeongea sana. So I'm feeling a bit, but I was still.
Can I get the number for the coordinator
for
Kilifi County?
Kilifi County is currently. Let me give it right away. Okay, 0721 33 10 37. Mr. Karemi.
Mr.
Karemi. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sawa
Thank you.
sawa.
Have a nice
Call on you too. Okay, Mary Mudeu, unmute yourself. Mary Mudeu, unmute yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I was unable
Mary.
to attend the meeting from Monday. I was unable to attend the meeting from Monday and Tuesday because I got the link yesterday by noon. So how can I access the previous content? Number
You'll
two,
be able to, it will be on the learning management system once you're able to access.
Number two, I'm not in the WhatsApp group. I'm from Kitui County.
Okay, take my number. I'm sure you've heard of my number.
Yes.
Kitui County.
Kitui County.
Yes. Please take this number and then you'll text me.
Yes.
0722 8025.
Sorry?
8025. Oh my.
Please begin
0722 80.
Yes.
25.
25.
2532. 80 25 32.
Okay, thank you.
Evelyn. Unmute yourself, Evelyn.
Hello.
Yeah.
Please the contact for Machakos coordinator.
The same one that I've just read out. I'm the coordinator.
Okay, and still, I've also tried to do that attendance register and it has refused. Yes.
And it has refused. Copy that link. It is on the chat. Copy
Yes,
the
I'm
link.
just seeing web and yes, I did. I copied it. I did copy, then tried out of it, and then it has just refused.
Put it on Google, like you are searching for it. Paste it on Google.
Okay.
Yes, and then you open it from Google.
Okay, have a good day.
And you too.
Bye.
Bye. Vivo, we were with you. You have something to say, Vivo? You see, you are not even presenting yourself. Yes.
Okay, I'm Eunice from Nandi County. Hello.
Yes, nakusikia.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm kindly asking for the contacts of
you have just given it now.
County coordinator, Nandi County.
Madam, see, I've just given it to somebody. I've just given it to somebody. Paris. Okay, do you have a pen? Fever, do you have a pen? Okay, Bonnie, you can unmute. Bonnie?
Hello.
Yes. Yes. Your connection is not clear. Your connection is not clear. It's not clear at all. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Yes. Maybe put it on the chat. Please put it on the chat. Put it on the chat, Connie. We've not heard you at all. Put it on the chat, please. Have you put your message?
Yeah. I was number.
So the number is? The number 0724 717 158. 0724 717 158. Dr. Christine. Okay, sawa sawa. So tuonaneni kesho. Even the host needs to log off. Fever, you are back. Fever, you are back. Unmute, please.
Hello, madam. I did not get the county coordinator number.
No, if your connection is poor.
Yes.
Huh?
I think I have problem with the network. I can hear you now.
Okay, 0724.
Yes.
0722. 0722.
Yes. Yes.
695.
695. Yes.
823.
823.
Yes, Madam Perez.
Madam Perez. Okay, thank you.
Karibu. Catherine. Catherine, unmute yourself, please.
Hello.
Yes.
How are you?
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Emma.
Okay. I was requesting. Kindly you send me the link for to register.
It is there on the. It is on the Nini on the chat.
My phone had a problem, so I was trying to check it, and I'm not getting it.
Yeah, on the chat, madam. I have not saved your number, and therefore I cannot send you.
Okay.
Also check on your WhatsApp group. I'm sure somebody has posted it there.
Okay.
Yes, but it is here. I can even repost it. That is what you want.
So
I can repost it. There it is. Look at the bottom of the chat. So you can copy it and fill it while you are after you have exited. So good people, tuonaneni kesho kwa majaliwa ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Collins, I'm tired. Nimeongea sana. Imagine since morning. Even the cows are about to come back from the field. For those who understand where cows go in the morning. Collins. Okay, say something, Collins. Unmute, please. Collins.
Yes, madam. I'm sorry you're tired, but I was only requesting for the contact for the Homa Bay County coordinator.
I have given for Christine. You had for Christine.
For the Homa Bay County?
Yes, that is Christine. Okay, let me read it out to you. 0724 717 158. Is that okay, Collins? 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 Collins. So good people, I want to log off. Tuonaneni kwa wakati mwingine. Have a good afternoon and continue enjoying your holiday.